Welcome, everybody. I call the May 3rd, 2022 regular City Council meeting to order. I now invite Councilmember Zorns to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone else, please mute your microphones and turn off your video while we display the banner.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Zorns. Before we move on to the agenda items, I'd like to acknowledge our remote meeting format. Proclamation 2028 regarding open public meetings is still in effect. Therefore, this meeting will be held entirely remotely. Public comment will be allowed both in writing or verbally. Sign-up sheets were provided by the City Clerk's office via link from the agenda. The video of this meeting will be streamed live as well as recorded and available for later viewing on the city's YouTube channel. A call-in number was provided on the meeting agenda for members of the public who wish to call in by phone to listen live to the meeting. If you have called in, we ask that you mute your device so as not to interfere with the meeting. If a participant fails to mute their connection and causes a disruption to the meeting, the connection will be terminated. For our phone-in callers, during staff presentations, staff will make every effort to specify which materials they're referencing so everyone can follow along. At this point, we'll take a moment to take roll calls of the council members by position number. Please say here when the city clerk calls your name.
Councilmember Zorns,
Here.
Mayor Thompson,
Here.
Councilmember Alders,
Here. Did you hear that?
Councilmember-
I'm here.
thank you. Councilmember McNeil,
Here.
Councilmember Menke,
Here.
Councilmember Dorr.
Here.
She's here, but I didn't hear it. Can you say that again?
Here.
There you go. And Deputy Mayor Alcabra.
Here.
Thank you, all present.
Councilmembers Dewar and Alders, your volume was really low. We could barely hear you when you said something, just so you know. Next, I'd like to reiterate some meeting guidelines. For all meeting attendees, please speak clearly and pause frequently. State your name each time before speaking. Mute your microphone when not speaking. If you're also streaming the live video feed, please turn the sound off as there is a delay. For council, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom or your yellow card when you wish to speak, and I will call on you. Speak clearly and pause frequently. Remember to mute your mic when not speaking. The first item on the agenda is meeting agenda approval. Are there any changes to the agenda? Deputy Mayor.
I would like to, this is a procedural question also. Two motions, if possible. I'll start with the first one. I'd like to move that we move visitor comment to the top of the agenda, since we have a lot of people who want to speak. I don't want them to wait for too long. And then have executive session right after that. I guess that's the motion.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Can you repeat? Where do you want to move the visitor comment? I couldn't quite hear that. I'm sorry.
To the top of the agenda, before the presentations, reports, and briefings.
Okay.
I would say, Deputy Mayor, I'd probably rather do the presentations, reports, and briefings before we jump into the executive session, just for the people that are here to present to us.
There is a motion on the floor.
Okay.
And so if there is no second, then the motion would automatically fail.
Councilmember Alders.
Sorry. Are there two? There's one motion, and that was the motion for visitor comment, correct? We're not discussing executive session just yet.
So the motion, as I understood it, was to rearrange the order of the agenda tonight to move both visitor comment and the executive session before the up in the agenda before the staff briefings and other presentations. Is that correct, Deputy Mayor?
That is correct. You can amend it, Jenny.
I will second.
Can I get some clarification from staff, Paul?
So the protocol manual dictates the order of events, order of the agenda. but it is the protocol of the council. And if the council wishes to amend it for any reason at any time, they may do so with a majority of 4.
I see. I guess I'm just not sure of the reason to move the executive session. Is that something?
The executive session is 15 minutes, and saying it seems like a quick update. Put it in there, meeting efficiency. We don't have to stay later than we need to. That's
Okay.
it.
Works for me. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? All right. Oh, Councilmember Zorns.
I'm going to, just because it's expediency, once we're done with our executive session, we're done for the night, right? You don't need to come back and do time checks?
Based on where it is on the agenda now, that is correct.
Right, okay. Well, then I think I'm in favor in keeping it where it is.
So I think the appropriate thing to do then would be to make an amending motion.
Well, and I guess for clarification, Councilmember Zorns, are you saying that you agree with the deputy mayor that we should move the visitor comment up and leave the executive session where it is? Or would you be commenting on it for no to both?
Well, I guess I need some clarification because the visitor comment is right after the staff updates and committee reports, right?
That is true. It's going to take an hour before we get to visitor comment, though.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, I'm fine moving the visitor comments up to well, no, because I think Mason made it. Sorry for thinking out loud here. That's what I do. I think our mayor made a good point that we have people outside the city who are ready to present, and we probably ought to honor that. Otherwise, I would say yes, great idea.
We also have 10 people waiting to comment. I'm okay either way. Whatever you guys vote it down, it's okay. I'll take my first L.
So if there's no other comment, then I believe a vote would be in order.
Yeah, I think clerk.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns,
No.
Mayor Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Alderks,
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil,
No.
Councilmember Menke,
No.
Councilmember Dorr.
Yes.
That was a yes or a no? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Alcabra,
Yes.
passes 4-3 with council members Zorns, McNeil, and Menke in the negative.
All right. So in that case, we are moving on to visitor comment.
So just so everyone in the audience knows, we're gonna, we've got, like Deputy Mayor Alcabra stated, we have quite a few signed up to speak this evening, 9 in fact. And so we're gonna bring them in a few at a time so that it speeds things up, so we're not waiting for them to walk the hall, so to speak. So give us a second because we weren't quite ready for that, I don't think. First one up is Alan Jacobson. And once he gets here, there he is.
Yeah. Just starting my video. There we go.
Okay, just you'll have 3 minutes. And you can begin whenever.
Okay. Can you hear me fine now?
Yep.
Can you hear me? All right. Thank you. So thank you. My name is Alan Jacobson, as stated, and I live in Snohomish County with a Bothell address. I also worship in the city of Bothell, as well as shop and eat at many establishments in the city. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of agenda item 22073 regarding the disposition of the P South lot. As a member of the Bothell United Methodist Church team that has been working to create affordable housing solutions, as well as to meet other needs of the Bothell community, I wanted to take this opportunity to give you an update on our project. After being requested by the city to consider plans for the entire P South lot, we now have a substantial plan for the entire lot that will add about 125 affordable rental units and about 50 affordable homeownership units. This is an expansion of what you saw in the read-ahead materials for the project and was enabled by working with multiple nonprofit affordable housing developers. These affordable units will enable both Bothell residents as well as employees and workers in the city of Bothell, like teachers and service workers, a chance to live in Bothell. In addition to affordable housing, our plan includes meeting other significant needs of people living and working in Bothell. This includes a community gathering space that contains both an indoor and an outdoor area for all to enjoy, a nonprofit market or daily retail space that will serve as a job training hub for those entering or re-entering the job market, and also a local place where people can have direct access to human service provider representatives. The Bothell United Methodist Church team has now been in coordination with two extremely reputable nonprofit affordable housing development organizations, Habitat for Humanity and Bridge Housing. In fact, these two organizations have worked together on projects to create multi-solution affordable housing projects in other cities, creating a mix of affordable home ownership and affordable rental units. This consortium of Bothell United Methodist Church, Habitat for Humanity, and Bridge Housing is not in this to make a profit, but rather to bring benefits to the city of, or to the people of Bothell on property owned by the city and paid for by public dollars for the benefit of the people of Bothell. The benefits to the community and the city are summarized in the read-ahead materials. In closing, I'd like to request that the City Council say yes to this plan and vote to initiate negotiations in earnest with our team regarding the use of P South lot to support this project, prioritizing significant long-term benefits to the community over a one-time influx of real estate sales dollars. Thank you.
Laura, you're muted.
I'm telling him he's muted. Sorry, my first one back in over a month. Mr. Penelligan, you're up next. If you can hear me, you're on mute, but you have 3 minutes. There you go.
Thank you. Yes. City Council, I'm Marty Penhaligan, and some of you may know me in the past as founder of PACE Engineers and also currently still the president of PACE Engineers, as PACE has completed many projects over the years for the city. And I was thinking back, I think maybe I should be embarrassed, but I think my first project with the city was over 40 years ago. And so I have a great history in the area. But that's not the reason I'm on your video tonight. The reason I'm on is my wife, Linda, and I have been members of Bothell United Methodist Church for over 20 years. And as such, I've been involved and a member of the Bothell Urban Team with the goal of developing much needed affordable housing in the Bothell community and providing a hub for human services. That was something my wife has been dear to, have been involved with YES for many years. So as PACE, I was also excited to hear when the P South site came available, because I didn't have to go far. PACE actually surveyed the property and the area, and we were the engineer of record for the relocation and design of Horse Creek. So I knew a lot about the site, the property, and I know it's very well suited for the project. So that brought me to the excitement that, well, let's see how we can make this happen. Also, it's extremely well located for the transportation needed for those services, the city facilities, the library, downtown shops. I know there's still some MACTA issues, some environmental issues, because I personally are involved in those in some projects. But I'm sure that no further action can be issued and things can move forward. But more importantly, I know the infrastructure is in place and it would be a great site and well suited for the goals stated on the project. The Bothell Urban has brought together, as Alan just expressed, an extremely experienced team with Habitat for Humanities and Bridge Housing. And this amazing team has been coordinating and developing plans how to maximize the property for the benefit of meeting the city's goals related to affordable housing and community hub needs. Resources have been spent and developed plans to move forward with this site. The benefits this team brings to the city of Bothell would be unmatched by any other proposal received by the city or in meeting the city's stated low-income housing goals. I would strongly encourage the council members to jump on board with benefits this proposal brings to make affordable housing in Bothell a reality. I further recommend that you direct city staff to move forward with the Bothell Urban team in working together to bring affordable housing and a needed gathering and meeting place for human services for the residents of Bothell. The benefits received.
Thank you, Mr. Penhaligon. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Kurt Krager.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Kurt Krieger. I'm Executive Vice President of Bridge Housing. Speaking with you this evening from my office in Seattle. I wanted to let you know that historically in 1989 to 1991, I was chair of the Bothell Planning Commission, served under, at that time, Ann Flug was your city manager. And it was during a very formative stage of Bothell history where the city doubled in size, taking in the North Creek Valley. So we were quite busy, and it was my pleasure to work with members of the Planning Commission and help manage growth to make sure the growth was a positive impact on the city of Bothell. Since then, I've been working in affordable housing, and Bridge Housing is the largest nonprofit on the West Coast. We are A+ rated by Standard & Poor's. We have developed about 19,000 units of housing in the states of California, Oregon, and Washington. I am responsible for both Seattle and Portland. And we have multiple projects underway, including the Northgate Park and Ride lot with King County Metro and the Spring District Transit Center in Bellevue. So when we were working with Bothell Urban, we saw a great deal of synergy with the vision of United Methodist Church and Habitat for Humanity. And I wanted to speak in favor of the disposition of the P South property in AB number 22073 for affordable housing. You've done a fine job of curating a downtown with a mix of housing. There is, however, really no affordable family housing. Everything that has been developed heretofore has been either market rate housing or senior housing. And we see a missing link there. We would like to add our skill and our capital to help realize a vision of a robust community center and a mix of incomes to help support families in Bothell. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you might have. Thank you very much for the consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Carrie Westerbeck.
All right, you have me? Greetings, friends. Thanks for the time. My name is Carrie Westerbeck. I'm a downtown Bothell resident, member of Bothell United Methodist Church, and part of the Bothell Urban team. I'm a local architect, small developer, and I'm also a planning commission member, but I'm not here in that capacity tonight, just as a member of the Bothell community. I don't represent planning commission tonight. It's well known we're experiencing a severe housing shortage everywhere. Over 2 years, the Bothell Urban team's been diligently working to build affordable housing and a community space in downtown Bothell to provide desperately needed housing. And we're really close. My wife and I own 2 small apartment buildings in downtown. Three of these units are rented just a little below market rate. I can't tell you how many times people through the years have asked us if we had any units available. This desperation in their eyes because they're looking for housing. There aren't nearly enough homes people can afford down here. In our family's buildings, we have 2 teachers, a retired person, a couple, 2 families with children. And like our apartments here, The homes we're proposing on P South will house current and future Bothelites, your and my family members, grandparents, grandkids, nurses, janitors, baristas, city employees, college students. I'd like to add that we live in one of the buildings and we look right at P South. It's our neighbor. We welcome this project and the almost 200 homes we expect to build and the residents with open arms. We want these neighbors and the life they'll bring to the downtown. More neighbors is an asset. So we understand the city wants to sell all of P South. And as you've heard, we've got a plan for doing that now, for using the entire space and making a really amazing community asset. So we implore you to negotiate with us immediately in good faith and consider giving us the opportunity to grab a P South and do something great with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Barbara Bailey. Ms. Bailey, you're muted, but go ahead whenever you're ready. Ms. Bailey, we're ready for you. Let's skip her for now. And
Okay.
oh, there she is. All right, there you go. You have 3 minutes, Ms. Bailey.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Bailey, and I'm a member of the Bothell Urban Team at Bothell United Methodist Church. I live in Kenmore, but I spend a lot of time in Bothell shopping, eating, worshiping. My address before Kenmore became a city was Bothell. I have been a resident in this area for almost 50 years. We at BUMC are called to help others, whether it's globally or locally. We want people to have access to affordable housing. As single-family home prices, condo prices, and apartment rentals escalate, there are more and more people being priced out of the market. We've joined forces with two well-known nonprofits in building affordable housing, Bridge Housing and Habitat for Humanity. Together, we're offering the city of Bothell and its people affordable housing for those in our city and those who would like to live in our city. There is no hidden agenda. There are no strings attached to this offer. We simply want people to have a place to live and work and play. We're offering additional amenities that you've heard about to the city and people of Bothell of a gathering place, job training, and social services. We're asking the Bothell City Council to say yes to this project and give us exclusive negotiating rights for this property. It's a win-win for the city of Bothell and the people of Bothell. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you. Next, we have the Reverend Joe Kim. Hello.
Good evening, Mayor Thompson and Bothell City Council. I'm Reverend Joe Kim, lead pastor of Bothell United Methodist Church, and I'm here this evening to speak to the disposition of the P South lot. Since that first Sunday in November 1885, when our foremothers and forefathers gathered with Alice Bothell in their family's parlor to pray and to sing, our mission has always been rooted in this community. In fact, they gathered as a response to George Bothell's PTSD from the Civil War. People like him and his friends who gathered and needed that space. Alice Bothell will later say that she was looking to create a place of community. And since then, we have lived into that mission, caring for our community the best way we can. From Bothell's first fire bell that still sits in our courtyard, to the first schoolhouse, to the first library, to starting HopeLink in the basement of our church, our love and care for the community has been our commitment to our friends and our neighbors. Today, we are confronted by another crisis in our community, the lack of affordable housing. And you don't need me to speak to the data and the trends, especially the consequences of inaction, but there is good news. Together as community, we have the opportunity to address this housing crisis and to bring sustainable benefits for us now and for generations to come. Our team has worked diligently, prayerfully, and thoughtfully on how we can support our community through indoor and outdoor gathering spaces, a nonprofit market or deli retail space, also offering job training to those entering or re-entering the job market, a local hub for direct access to human services, affordable home ownership, affordable rental units, together with Habitat for Humanity, who brings people together to build homes, communities, and hope. And with Bridge Housing, who strengthens communities, beginning but not ending with housing. The whole of the P South lot can be designated for the good of the community. And so today I ask you to act. Say yes to the project, maximize affordable housing over the selling for maximum revenue, and initiate negotiations in earnest, including the potential for donating the land so that all who make up our amazing Bothell community may not only survive, but thrive in our changing context today and every day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Andrew Nelson, but we're having trouble bringing him in. So I'm going to skip him for a minute, and we're going to go to Scott Walker. And hopefully we can get him in. It's kind of slow suddenly. Oh, there's Andrew. There you go. Andrew, you have 3 minutes.
Hi there, you guys can hear me? Excellent. Well, number one, I want to say I'm speaking for myself today. I'm on the Landmarks board, but this is purely for me. I was thinking, I saw a presentation recently about an organization called Whole Washington. And they're an organization that's wanting to get an initiative on the ballot for universal health care. And I saw that the city of Aberdeen actually endorsed them. And I thought to myself, well, the city of Bothell can do that. I think it'd be a great idea to get a presentation to you guys. And you can listen and ask questions and potentially endorse. That's something that I personally really want. I think that any Bothelite without healthcare I think that's a sin. I'd also like to talk today about police body cameras. And I think it's sort of a tough thing. I do think that I'm for them with the stipulation that we have community members who can write policy around them. I know you guys, I've talked about adding the police civilian commission. I'm still very in favor of that. I think this would be a perfect example of that being successful. But I do say, I try my best to be a data guy, and studies I've seen are pretty inconclusive on whether or not these body cameras are effective. But I do see their benefit. I think they could have helped with a couple of investigations recently, a couple of years ago, not even a couple of years ago, more recent than that. I think transparency is important, and I think that this could help with that. I'm very, very passionate about that. But I'd also like to say that I think before body cameras, I'd rather see radar funding and more mental health services. I'm very, you guys know that I'm very in favor of that. I'd also like to say I'm looking very forward to the raising of the pride flag in a month, doing that again. I think that was a great thing we did, and I'm happy to, I want to do that again. What else here? I think that's pretty much it. I wanted to thank Aaron and city staff. I wanted to thank them in person, but this is, through squares or it's okay too. So thank you guys. I think that's about it. Have a good meeting.
Thank you. Next, we have Scott Walker. Go ahead, Mr. Walker, whenever you're ready. You're muted.
Sorry, I hit the video button, but I didn't hit the other one. Hello, I'd like to thank you for giving me the chance to speak this evening. I wanted to talk about the item under the federal legislative agenda for spring 2022, item number 3 about the police body cameras. I believe that, well, like Mr. Nelson, that they can be used in certain situations, but overall, I don't think they're as effective as most people think they are. Frequently, in cases we've seen, police have the choice to turn their cameras off, and frequently do, or they mysteriously malfunction at critical moments. Also, when police have control of the footage, so they can frequently edit it and release certain sections and not everything in context when they do. And even more frequently, footage is never released because it does not paint the picture that the police want. The footage usually only comes out after immense public pressure. And even then, you know, everything is not released. And even on top of that, it doesn't seem like it helps with, or sorry, because of that, it doesn't seem like it would help with transparency, since footage, you know, is rarely released unless people, you know, push hard for it. And even then, with all the footage and everything, it seems to rarely actually lead to police accountability. I've seen several studies that have, you know, tracked this data over time and found, you know, minimal increase in the amount of police accountability. So I think, given the cost of the amount of money that's being requested, you know, versus the benefit of the cameras, I think that money probably would be much better spent on something like, you know, increasing funding for radar so we could have more coverage or more people, or bringing in other mental health and addiction specialists that can respond in a non-armed way to situations that require that kind of expertise, or generally just any other sort of programs that can be used more for preventing the kind of situations that lead to bad outcomes or certain forms of crime. So I would suggest that maybe the council rethink requesting that money for police body cameras and instead shifting it more towards like prevention or social programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have on the list is David Leviton, but I'm not showing him in the attendee room. So Mr. Leviton, if you're there, please use the raise hand function and we'll get you paneled in. I'm not showing him on the line. If anyone else in the audience wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. I'm not showing anybody, but we'll give them a minute to do that. While we wait, we did have 5 people submit written comments. The first one is Cameron Chapman, who wrote regarding AB 22-071 using policing alternatives. Jeremy Tadros wrote regarding the same thing and using the funds to expand the radar. Brian Mitchell wrote regarding AB 22-071 supporting the funds requested for the police department camera program. Patrick Sullivan wrote in support of the Bothell United Methodist Church desire to develop affordable housing at the city-owned vacant site. And Leslie Weedston wrote regarding AB 22-071 against using the funds for police body cameras. All those will be made part of the record. And just one last check to see if anybody else has raised their hand to want to speak. I'm not showing anybody, Mayor Thompson.
Thank you, Clerk. All right, now we are going to move to executive session. And how long is this supposed to take?
Approximately 15 minutes.
Approximately 15. Perfect.
Yep. So if we could come back at 6:50, that would, I think, give ample time.
We will adjourn until 6:50.
And actually, what the RCW for that is?
Yes, I found it on my sheet here. Potential litigation pursuant to RCW 4230-110-1I expected to last 15 minutes with no action.
And we will return at 6:50 p.m.
Yes.
Recording stopped.
All right, we are going to extend executive session until 7:00 p.m. We are going to move on. Oh, wait, hold on. We're not on air yet. Now we're on air. All right, next up is presentations, reports, and briefings. Clerk, do we have a slide for public engagement opportunities?
We do, I believe we do. So just give me 1 second.
All right, we have the Community Transit Online Open House, which is fitting considering our next presenter. You can weigh in on the future of transit in Snohomish County, learn more and share feedback about the changes that are being proposed for 2024. It's open now through May 31st, transit2024.participate.online. We're also updating our citywide bike plan, and we want to hear from you. You can visit bothellwa.gov/bike plan. There's going to be a virtual community workshop May 25th at 6 p.m. and you can share your thoughts online now through the end of the month on May 31st. All right, I think next up we have Community Transit Community and Planning Director Roland Behee to present. And thank you for being patient with us, Roland.
Absolutely. Yeah, let me do a quick screen share here. Okay. Well, thank you so much for having Community Transit in your meeting today. I'm excited to be able to present and provide an update on what's going on at Community Transit, and particularly focusing on the opportunity that that Mayor Thompson just described in terms of the 2024 network planning that we're underway with. Before I get started, I just wanted to say I wanted to send regrets from our Chief Executive Officer, Rick IIgenfritz. He had really hoped to be here tonight and was unable to attend. So I'm providing the presentation in his stead, but he sends greetings to the mayor and the council. And as I said, we really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you tonight. I'm going to start with a few updates on what's going on at Community Transit before then moving into the main feature here, which is our 2024 network planning. So I'm just going to spend a few moments providing some quick updates. The first is on Community Transit's ridership and safety, and I just wanted to talk about the ridership as we went into the pandemic. I don't think it's going to be a surprise to anybody that Community Transit's ridership dropped dramatically, and in 2020, as the community began to shut down and commuters altered their travel behavior and started working from home, much of Community Transit's core constituency in terms of ridership really went away. And so we saw upwards of a 60% drop in ridership in those early months. And what we found is the ridership that continues to use continues today to use the transit system is really those essential workers that are in the community that are traveling to frontline responder jobs, that are working in our essential retail, that are really providing those services that keep the community going day to day. And they've continued to use public transit and really valued the services that we've offered. And we've been very focused on continuing to provide service day in, day out, and haven't missed a day of service throughout the entire pandemic. We have begun to see ridership come back gradually, and it began growing last year. It accelerated somewhat at the beginning of this year as we started to come out of the Omicron variant. And particularly in recent weeks, perhaps influenced by high fuel prices, we've seen an even greater return to ridership. So we're seeing modest but steady growth, and we're encouraged by that. And as I said, we really continue to focus on service delivery every day. One of the other features of our system that we've been really focusing on recently is safety for both our riders and also for our operators on the buses. And I think one of the byproducts of lower level of ridership on the system over the past couple of years is that also opens up more space for things to happen on the bus that we don't like. and for things to happen at our facilities that can impact the perception of safety for our customers. And so we've really been focused on that in recent weeks and are really trying to increase the physical presence that we have out on our system and really working hard to create that sense of safety both for staff and for customers so that transit continues to be an inviting option and a safe option for the entire community. I'm going to also talk for a second about regional integration and also specifically our Orange Line project development. We, back in October of last year, made our first connection to light rail with Sound Transit's opening of the Northgate station in North Seattle and Community Transit's response with a significant reorganization of some of the commuter service that we have traditionally operated in the I-5 corridor to Seattle. We made that connection in October of last year, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in the slide deck. But it's the first opportunity we had to connect to light rail, and is really proving to provide a lot of valuable lessons for us as we look forward to the next connection with Linwood in 2024. We're also making great strides in our Orange Line project development. We had a groundbreaking a couple of weeks ago at Linwood Transit Center and had great representation from our elected delegation at the federal, state, and local level. And we're just about to break ground on that project in the next few days and start construction. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in the presentation as well. But the build out of the Swift BRT network continues. There's a lot of focus at Community Transit on innovative service. As I talked about the fundamental changes in who's on the bus and a real pivot from our traditional 8 to 5 Monday through Friday commuting population to a much more all week, all day, essential services oriented riding public, and also understanding that the population that's using community transit services is more and more pivoting toward those who are really dependent on public transit for nearly all of their travel needs. And so we're working on a lot of innovative service options in that space and testing options that will provide a new level of connectivity for riders and also a new level of convenience so that those who previously couldn't take transit because it wasn't a convenient option will really have more opportunity to do so. And one of the features of that is recognizing that many people these days are hailing service with mobile phones and using services like Uber and Lyft, and public transit has an opportunity to respond with very similarly designed services that provide an entirely new level of convenience and connectivity for our riders. So we're initially testing a pilot in the Linwood area, and that project will be underway later this year with a 12-month operational test where we're going to learn a lot. And we anticipate providing more services like that in the future in communities throughout our service area with many more community outreach opportunities and the opportunity to really specifically tailor some of these new innovative services to the specific needs of the communities that we serve. So watch that space, and Community Transit's going to be talking about that a lot more in our future plans as they develop. We're really focused on climate change as well and doing our part in the community. And we are currently underway with the first phase of a zero emission fleet study that will take place over the next 18 months to bring the agency to a decision point on the future propulsion of our fleets, whether that's battery electric or hydrogen fuel or some other option that's out there in the industry. Right now, we're surveying the industry options. We're doing a lot of research with partner agencies that have begun to move into zero emission fleet conversion and really trying to make the best decision for community transit in our service area in terms of the right choice of future fleet that will both meet the service needs of our district, but also provide that clean fleet for the environment. So we're excited to be moving into that, and it's a big part of our priorities over the next several years. All of this is really about transformational change coming to the agency and responding to transformational changes in the community. A lot of that's being driven by the growth that we see coming continuing to happen in Puget Sound and in communities like Bothell, increasing in population, in more jobs, a lot of new development, and particularly a lot of new transit-oriented development along the lines of the regional growth strategy from PSRC. And we're responding to that, and we're updating our long-range plan. We had an early phase of public outreach on this earlier this year. We are designing some service alternatives for the future that will help to guide how community transit develops over the next 20 to 30 years, all the way out to 2050. And we'll be out later this summer with another round of public engagement with our communities and with the riders to help inform that long-range plan. And we're looking to finalize the update early next year. Finally, 2024 network planning. I'm going to talk about that in more detail, and really excited. It is the single biggest network restructure that community transit has undertaken in our history since we were formed in 1976. It will fundamentally change the way that our buses serve the greater Snohomish County area and communities like Bothell, and really provide great opportunity to better connect communities with each other and neighborhoods, and also connect to the regional light rail system that Sound Transit is building out. So for the remainder of my presentation, I'm going to focus on that opportunity. And really, it would be hard to overstate the opportunity that light rail presents as it comes to Snohomish County. And I think everybody is really familiar with Sound Transit's light rail service, but just to kind of put a couple of numbers in front of the council, as you today drive between Snohomish County and downtown Seattle on I-5 during peak commute hours, particularly, that is an unpredictable experience. And I think, sometimes that trip will take half an hour, sometimes that trip would take 90 minutes to 2 hours, and it really depends on how traffic is running that day, whether there are any incidents or accidents, and a lot of variables. And I think everybody understands that when you're going to make that trip, you're going to leave early if it's important that you arrive on time. The opportunity that light rail provides is a completely grade separated experience. We've all seen the track as it's being constructed along I-5 from Northgate north into Snohomish County into Linwood. No traffic to worry about, and the running time from Linwood to downtown Seattle, for instance, will be 28 minutes, and that'll be 28 minutes each and every time. It's not subject to traffic. With a train departing Linwood every 4 minutes during peak, that's really an unprecedented opportunity in terms of the level of service, the reliability, and the speed of that connection. So what that means for community transit is a big opportunity to get out of the business of providing commuter bus service on I-5 from Linwood to downtown Seattle, and able to redeploy and reinvest those services in communities throughout the county that we serve, provide better local connectivity, but also provide a really compelling level of service and connection to that regional light rail system, so that people can both get around in the county to do their all of the connections they need to do, their essential business appointments they need to get to, recreation opportunities, but also get to that regional spine, get to Seattle, get to the airport, get to all the destinations that will be available on the Link network. So it's an exciting opportunity. It really allows us to leverage the transit investment, and it will raise the level of transit service throughout the community. In terms of where we're at in the process, this has been underway for a couple of years now in terms of the forward planning. We began the network planning in earnest late last year with the first round of public outreach and input in November and December. We have been working on refining the initial network concepts and are currently out with an online open house, which you just saw on the screen prior to my presentation. That will continue to be out for the next month for public input, and then we'll pivot to some final network refinement over the summer, and then we'll be out with a final round of public outreach in the fall, and our board decision point will be at our December board meeting for final adoption of that network. We then will take the remainder of 2023 and the early part of 24 before light rail opens for all of the implementation steps that will be required to implement that new network. In terms of the goals that are driving this work, we have 4 primary objectives. The first is to connect our buses to light rail. The next is to expand access to frequent service. And really, frequency continues to be the prime driver of ridership and attracting new people to public transit. When you get to that level of service where buses are so frequent that you don't have to refer to a schedule, that's the point at which you begin to attract a whole different market to public transit. And so we're trying to bring that to as many places as possible in the county. And that's a big part of our restructure efforts. We're also adjusting to a changing market. I talked about the fact that our ridership right now has pivoted very much toward essential services and the workers that are providing them. We're going to keep monitoring how work from home begins to transition back to work from the office. And we know that that's not going to be a complete transition. And we've seen some fundamental permanent changes in the way that we work and the way that we travel. But we're going to keep monitoring that. We're going to make sure that the services that we provide continue to remain relevant and provide the level of convenience and connectivity that the community needs to maintain its mobility. The final goal is a focus on equitable access. And I'll have a little bit of discussion on this later, but we're really changing the way that we both plan our services to ensure that those who really need our services, especially the most vulnerable in the community, have access to them, and also the way that we conduct our public outreach so that those same populations have an opportunity to influence our decisions and provide input into the process. So all of this is really underpinned by our agency mission, which is to make travel easy for everyone. I mentioned the early experience at Northgate last October. I guess I'll just briefly say that, as I described earlier, we reorganized our commuter services that had formerly traveled to the University of Washington. We redirected those in October to the Northgate station. We're learning a lot from that connection. Sound Transit also redirected their ST Express buses, the 500 series coming out of Snohomish County, to connect at Northgate as well. And we're seeing customers that are trying that connection, and it's a way for them to learn how to use the bus to light rail interface. We're finding that people use it on some days, and they continue to use the 400 series buses that provide that single seat ride to downtown Seattle on other days. Sometimes they'll use one mode in the morning and they'll use another mode in the afternoon coming home. The real opportunity that the light rail connection has provided is that it's not just a peak hours connection, but it's an all-day connection, and it provides more flexibility in terms of when you travel. So you're not limited to, returning in the evening commute. You could come back midday if there's an appointment you have to get to, or your child is sick at school, or some need arises that's unexpected. You can also have the opportunity to bypass traffic and avoid that collision on I-5 by taking the light rail link. So we're finding that people are beginning to experiment with the option, and they're varying their travel patterns. And so we're learning a lot, both in terms of how customers are using the system, but also in terms of what it takes operationally to successfully serve a light rail terminal. And we'll be applying those lessons on a much larger scale at Linwood in 2024. Talked about the Swift Orange line a bit. This map shows the future build out of community transit's Swift bus rapid transit network. I think that Bothell is familiar with Swift in terms of our green line that we implemented in 2019 serves the north end of Bothell at Canyon Park. It will be extended into the heart of Bothell, down the Bothell Highway, through downtown, and eventually over to the University of Washington campus. And the other lines that you see on the map, the blue line that we first implemented in 2009, it will likewise be extended in 2024 further south into King County, about another 1.5 miles into Shoreline to connect with the North Shoreline station at 185th. And then the orange line, which we just are about to break ground on in the next couple of weeks. You can see it moving across the bottom of the map there, connecting the McCollum Park Transit Center in Mill Creek, paralleling the green line for a couple of miles, and then moving east across 164th and 196th to connect with Linwood Transit Center and provide that very robust direct connect to light rail. So we'll be connecting to light rail at 2 points in 2024, both the blue line extension to the Shoreline North Station and then the orange line Both will be opened when light rail launches in 2024. And these 3 lines, forming a much more robust, swift BRT network in the South County area, will really provide an unprecedented level of connectivity with a bus every 10 minutes for most of the hours of the day and the week, connection to most of the major transit centers in South County, and 2 connections to light rail. Beyond this, we'll see the gold line, which is the line going north toward the top of the map. We're going to be beginning the feasibility study on this, or the scoping study on this, later this month. And then that line will be in development and will launch just shortly after light rail in 2027, and will provide the connection between Everett and Marysville and Arlington, and especially the rapidly developing Cascade Industrial Center in North Snohomish County. So that will be exciting, because at that point we will have connected all of the major urban regional growth centers and job centers in Snohomish County with Swift BRT, and will likewise have connected to the regional system. The Green Line extension into Bothell is probably the most relevant for this conversation, and I think it's really exciting. We, as the city is aware, with the Move Ahead Washington funding package that the state just passed, community transit was included in that package with $10 million toward the Green Line extension project. And so with that funding, and also with the funding that the city has received to help with the road improvement project that this project depends on, we're excited to be looking at the future extension. We are currently evaluating the timing of that and looking for opportunities to advance some of that work on a faster schedule due to the funding that is available. And so that's going to be a future conversation with the city, but it really will be a game changer in terms of providing that full extension between all the way from the Boeing Painfield Southwest Everett Industrial Center through Canyon Park and then down into the downtown Bothell area, really connecting a lot of the dots, and also connecting Bothell to the rest of that grid of Swift BRT routes, and also light rail, as well as connecting with Sound Transit's Stride BRT projects in the I-405 and SR 522 corridors. So there's a lot going on in Bothell. It's really a crossroads of transportation services, and the Green Line extension will be an exciting part of that. Just a little bit more about the Swift Orange Line, which is our current project that we're breaking ground on. 11-mile corridor, as I said earlier, connecting Mill Creek with Edmonds College, with Linwood in the center there, stations around the mall, stations at Ash Way and Swamp Creek Park and Rides, as well as the big connect at Linwood City Center Station. We're buying 15 new buses for this line, building 19 new stations, and building new transit centers, upgrading the existing transit center at McCollum Park and Ride, and then rebuilding and moving the transit center at Edmonds College. So it's going to be a big project. There's a lot to do over the next 24 months as we get through 2 construction seasons and get all of this built and implemented, but we're on schedule, and the service will open concurrent with light rail in 2024. Spoke earlier about the new service options that community transit is beginning to develop. And as I said, this is really the major direction in public transit at this point. Many of our partners, Pierce Transit, King County Metro locally, have been operating with new services in this space. Community Transit's first project will be in Linwood, around the Alderwood Mall area. And just to give a sense of what the service is intended to look like, picture a service that you hail with your mobile phone or a phone call, but most people will likely use an app to find the service. And in a zone that is defined in a geographic area, for our pilot project, we're generally around the Alderwood Mall area in Linwood, extending as far west as the Civic Campus on 44th and as far south as Linwood Transit Center. And within that area, somebody wanting to travel would book a trip and would expect that trip to be available and able to pick them up very near their home within 10 to 15 minutes, provide a quick connection to where they're going, and then be available later for a return trip, again, hailed with the mobile device. Very similar to an Uber or Lyft, but at a public transit price point, And of course, some of these will be assumed to be shared rides for those that are traveling along similar paths. The opportunity is that instead of you finding public transit, this is really public transit finding you and providing that increased level of convenience, bringing new customers and residents that need to travel into the core transit network, or providing their entire journey if they're traveling, for example, from home to a shopping destination or an appointment. They may be able to take this from point A to point B to provide their entire travel need. Others that want to travel regionally outside that zone, this is an opportunity for them to find a very convenient connection to a place like Linwood Transit Center, where they can connect to services or to one of our Swift BRT stations. So we see a lot of opportunity with it. We're going to be testing it over the next 12 months in Linwood, learning a lot, probably failing at points and learning from those failures, and then applying those lessons as we refine the service and figure out what the long-term future of it is. But we see this process replicating, as I said, across cities throughout our service area, and anticipate that this will become a significant part of what community transit does in the future as a complement to services like Swift Bus Rapid Transit. In terms of new services for Bothell, I'm going to share the link again in a few minutes for the online open house. We've really looked for opportunities to enhance the level of service, the connectivity to the frequent network. There will be things that are in the package initially for the city of Bothell that will be targeted for implementation in 2024. What I would say is we're really looking for your feedback and input on the new services that we've designed. There's some new connectivity from services coming out of East Snohomish County, and we see we'll connect those people to places like Bellevue Transit Center, but looking at stops along the way in places like Bothell so that we can provide access to the destinations that the city provides. We're also looking at enhancements to local service within the city, and of course, the Swift Green Line is on the horizon as well. We will be looking at continuing growth beyond 2024. Our initial level of service will be likely dictated somewhat by the workforce available at that time to implement the service. And we anticipate capacity to continue expanding that service and providing even more frequency and more connectivity in our network in the years following 2024. But we're really encouraging engagement at this point because we need your input to provide us with guidance for the final network concepts, which will be rolled out later this year. I talked earlier about equity. We are really upping our game in terms of our public outreach and also engagement and planning of service. And I guess the short answer on this, or the short story here, is that we're moving the equity question to the front of the line in our service planning rather than as a post-processing part of our planning process. And so we've always focused on ridership driven by population and jobs. And now we're really looking at equity right up there along with those two primary factors of transit productivity, and ensuring that the services that we design are really as relevant as they can possibly be for those who depend on them, and making sure that we're paying attention to where those concentrations of population are that depend on public transit and that are very diverse in the community. Our outreach process also reflects this approach. We've had very robust participation, not only in online opportunities like the online open house, but also in face-to-face meetings with community-based organizations that we're beginning to really establish some intentional relationships with, so that we can meet people where they are in the community and ensure that we're really engaging everybody in community transit service area and making sure their voices are heard in our planning processes. So we had some really good results with this in the first phase of public outreach. We're hoping to improve on that and continue to learn and get better at this moving forward. Some of what we heard, this gives an example of some of the feedback in the first phase of input for the 2024 network planning. And there's some numbers here. I think the takeaway message that I'll really leave the council with is We heard from our traditional peak period commuters, but we also heard from a lot of those essential workers and members of the community who haven't been as prevalent in our public outreach efforts in the past. And what we heard from them was we really need a more consistent level of service throughout the day, throughout the week, and particularly more trips during the middle of the day. And trips that extend later into the evening, so people have an opportunity to complete travel. You know, they get done working, they need to make some shopping trips, they need to be out there getting home, providing that opportunity for them so that we don't, so that we're not missing opportunities and we're not limiting people's mobility options. So a lot of focus on that. We're going to do as much as we can in 2024, and we know that we're going to have to keep focusing on this in the years following, because that need is very significant in the community. This is the online open house. Address was shared earlier. As I said, we're open through May 31st for input in this phase. Really looking for people to get in, take a look at the maps. We've kind of divided the county up into quadrants, and so there's you can kind of narrow your focus to the quadrant of the county that is your local area. We really encourage people to look at the entire network and provide whatever feedback you can on all of the ideas that we're putting forward. And as I said, we're looking for that input before the end of the month, and then we'll be processing that over the summer months into final network concepts. But please do go visit it and tell us what you think. In terms of where we're at, we're right in the kind of the center left there in our phase 2 outreach in April and May. Design continues through the summer. As I said, adoption in December, implementation in 2023, and then we'll be there to meet the train when it launches in the middle of 2024. And with that, I would be really happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Zorns.
Yes, thank you for this presentation. I'm very curious, when we talk about equity, I think about, the accessibility to even just getting on a bus or get to the train. And park and rides can be a challenge for folks to even just find a spot to park. And so you were talking about something that I'm guessing is like Pantonium that's up in Canada that's on demand for getting transit off of fixed routes and getting out to the community. And you're doing a pilot study for a year, is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, it's very similar concept to what you're describing. So yeah, pilot in Linwood, that will be really our first learning opportunity with this. And we do anticipate that as we get into later this year and into 2023, we will also be launching further pilots in more communities throughout the service area. So it's early days, but yes, exactly. The idea is demand response service, not on a fixed route. Typically in a defined zone in a given city or a collection of cities to provide those mobility needs. And it's a good, really relevant observation you make in terms of it's an alternative to the traditional park and ride model. It avoids that cold start for the car and allows people to go directly from their home to to a major transit center or a significant trip generator in the community.
Okay, well, I have heard I don't have any personal experience with it, but I've heard nothing but good things about it. So I hope the next time we get an update, your experiences and observations are included with that, because it seems like it has great potential. And thank you again.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Roland, for the presentation. I just was wondering, have you looked back at previous routes? Because I hear so often from, I guess it would be particularly older residents, that there used to be so much more service off of arterials where they could rely on like actually being, within a block or two from, say, and I don't know if this is the case, but it sounds to me as though there were some sort of fixed routes like that kind of looped through the city where they could get to the grocery store and get back, and people really miss that. And so I'm wondering if we've done any revisiting of the kind of services that we had previously. And I would think that would be worth looking into, especially now that our communities have grown and we have even more ridership potentially available.
Yeah, I can very briefly respond, council member. So yes, to the question, and I would say there's a couple of ways in which we have been looking at that. One is the ability to leverage Sound Transit's light rail investment. As I said, it's allowing us to take services that used to be tied up in traffic on I-5 south of Snohomish County or on downtown Seattle streets and reinvest those resources into our local communities. So when you look at the proposal, some of what you see will be new routes. There are some new new services on the fixed route side that are kind of exciting, and some of those are if not in the specific downtown Bothell area, they're in the greater Bothell area in terms of pieces that I think will be of interest to residents of this part of Snohomish County. You know, we've got some new services around the SR 527 and Bothell Highway corridor. They get a little more off the main corridor and provide different ways for people, for example, to access the Swift Green Line from off route. And so there will be some of that you see in there. And I know routes like changes to Route 120, a new route 121. So look for some of those changes. I think the even bigger opportunity is this new demand response or on-demand shuttle option. And I would say I think that's been some of the challenge historically with fixed route services. When we get into lower density residential neighborhoods, sometimes the street grid is challenging. Sometimes also the demand isn't high enough for a big bus in terms of making really effective use of the resource. And that's what we're really seeing the opportunity with smaller vehicles, easier to navigate, don't necessarily need to adhere to a fixed route, but can go and get people where they are and provide for that efficiency in terms of grouping trips specifically together at times people want to travel. So we are really seeing that as the future opportunity, I think, for a lot of our neighborhood connectivity to supplement what we're doing on the big arterials with really frequent service and major investments like Swift. So yeah, so I guess a couple of different ways to answer that question.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Roland. I love the comments about Bothell as the crossroads of transit. That hits home. I had some questions around connecting regional growth centers, transit-oriented development. You mentioned the opportunity for future opportunities of different forms of transit or connecting people to transit. What does that look like for those? If we start to go to that model, what does that look like in terms of not needing park and rides in the future, right? What does that look like?
Yeah, I think it's a really great point. And I would say there's a couple of different ways I could respond to that in terms of one of the things we're really focused on is on the fixed route side is increasing frequency of routes that are feeding those traditional major transit centers / park and rides. And so an example, for instance, in Snohomish County, Linwood Transit Center is the big hub of South Snohomish County. And the traditional model is that a significant number of the people utilizing transit there are driving a vehicle. And so they're going to parking, and we've had 1,400 parking spaces there for many years. Sound Transit's adding a certain amount of capacity there with the garage project, and so we'll have another 500 spaces. But at the end of the day, that's about 2,000 people a day who have the opportunity to use transit there by coming in a car and parking. That's a pretty limited audience. The projections from Sound Transit indicate we could see upwards of 18,000 people a day utilizing the line at Linwood Station. And so that means that, with some people driving, some people walking, but 80% of that number are going to get there with a bus. And so really part of the solution or part of the answer to your question is by increasing the frequency of those feeder services that are focused on those major transit centers, getting to that level of convenience that allows people to say, I don't need to drive. There's a bus coming every 10 minutes. I can just take Swift, or I can just take another one of our local routes to get to the transit center. That's really what's driving a lot of our network design. I think the other answer to the question, particularly in some of our less dense communities or in areas that are a little further away, is the opportunity to use this new model, call it microtransit or on-demand shuttle. There's a variety of different ways it can be implemented. Use that as a way to focus the transit market and provide for that level of connectivity or that collection of people in a diverse geographic area without forcing them to drive a car to a park and ride. So we see a couple of different opportunities there. Some of it's about increasing frequency on core trunk routes, and some of it's about providing new innovative services that allow for on-demand travel.
Great, thank you. And when it comes to transit-oriented development, affordable housing, similar to like the South Kirkland Park and Ride, projects like that, do you see those continuing or diminishing?
I believe the answer is continuing and increasing. And I guess I'm just going to speak from personal experience to what we're seeing right now in so many areas of Snohomish County, and also in Bothell, for instance. You know, all the development that the city has encouraged and that is occurring around services that we're planning in terms of future Swift lines, the densification that we're seeing around places like Alderwood Mall. You know, where we used to have acres and acres of parking, we are seeing hundreds and thousands of new residential units. And I see that accelerating and increasing. Virtually every place we have a current or future Swift bus rapid transit line planned, we're seeing the communities really responding. And essentially, I think it's the implementation of the regional growth strategy around high capacity transit communities. We're starting to see some of that direction. And so anyway, so yeah, my answer is I believe that trend is growing, and it's certainly helping to inform community transit's high capacity transit investments.
Great, thank you. And lastly, BRT, the new forms of transportation, micro transit, those will be able to use the BRT lines, correct?
I want to make sure I understood the question correctly. Tell me if I got this right. So the customers that are using a micro transit, for example, in terms of them being able to also use BRT, are you talking about like the interface between those two services?
Correct.
Yeah, absolutely. We, as I said, I think we are viewing services such as these on-demand shuttles as both opportunities to, in some cases, provide the complete trip for the customer. Maybe they're traveling from their home to let's say to a medical appointment or something, and it's a short hop within their community. But equally so, we see these services as opportunity to feed people into the frequent core fixed route network or the light rail network. So I would expect, for example, at our pilot project in Linwood, we've designed it around initially that greater Alderwood Mall, Linwood Transit Center area. Some of that's going to be local travel within that zone. A lot of it we anticipate will be feeding into the fixed route network as well. So they're both, I think, both really effective use cases for the service.
Great. Yeah, we rely heavily on BRT out here. We obviously don't have link rail, but the reliability to that service is critically important to our community. And so ensuring that those lanes are open and operable and reliable is very important, not only for the north-south connection, but the east-west as well. So thank you, Roland.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I don't see any more hands up. Roland, thank you so much for coming out here and giving us an update. Really appreciate it. Really encouraged to hear about everything going on at Community Transit.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate the partnership and support we get from the city. You guys are great to work with. So thank you again for having us, and we're looking forward to getting feedback on our plan.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we have next up the interim city manager report. Erin?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm coming back as promised or as asked to talk once again about return to in-person meetings. One thing that has changed since our last discussion, I believe in March, is the governor has announced that he will be rescinding Proclamation 2028, which the mayor has been referencing for the past 2 years, that affects open public meetings. So as of June 1st, we will be going back to actually a revised form of the Open Public Meetings Act. And that act does allow for remote attendance, and it does encourage and even in some cases require that we provide a virtual option for commenting. And as we're kind of practicing, I think it is a sustainable option for us to continue providing hybrid options for both the council, consistent with your protocol manual, as well as the public to participate virtually as well as in person. The thing about the governor rescinding that proclamation is that if council wishes to continue meeting without an in-person component, it's incumbent upon the agency to make that case. That it is, if a public agency determines that it cannot hold an in-person public meeting with reasonable safety due to local, state, or federally declared emergency, we can do fully remote, but like I said, it's incumbent upon the city to make the case and provide the facts to justify that. So I will toss it to the council for discussion about if and when you would like to return in person.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thanks, Interim City Manager. Do we have the latest numbers on COVID cases and hospitalizations?
Actually, I do. Thank you, Councilmember, for asking. So as of April 28th, King County had 860 reported cases. The hospitalizations on April 27th were 13 a day. And the deaths associated with COVID have been around 1 for quite some time. So there's no real spike there. And just for the sake of comparison, on January 10th, the number of reported cases was 7,864. So about 7,000 more than April 28th. And then there were 67 hospitalizations a day as of January 11th.
Follow up, please. But do we know what direction they're going right now, down or up?
The last week, both of them have gone up. So there was a 17% increase week to week in new cases per 100,000. And there was a 13% increase in hospitalizations.
Thank you.
Councilmember Alders.
Thank you, Mayor. A similar question to Councilmember Dewar's. Could you, and you may not have this in front of you, but could you look up the information about hospitalizations, positivity rates, and deaths comparable in the Delta wave? My understanding is that this subvariant is more similar to the Delta wave than the Omicron wave.
It's an excellent question, Councilmember, and I do not have that data at my fingertips. The information on the King County website doesn't date back that far. But it looks like the mayor might.
I looked up, it wasn't the county's website, it was I think the New York Times tracker that is on there for King County. And the 7-day average of cases over the last 7 days is 1,207 and going up. So you were on the 28th, it was obviously less than that. And the peak 7-day average of the Delta wave was on September 13th at 797. So we're about 50% higher than the highest point of the Delta wave right now. Councilmember Zorns.
I'm fine with going back with in-person and hybrid on June 1st. I think if that's the way the state is moving, I think that's doable for us. I am keenly aware that a school that I was just substituting at, one of my neighbors and students said, half my class was out with COVID yesterday. And so I'm keenly aware that it's back on the rise. And then another piece of research that I ran across is saying that they're now wondering if COVID is going to be acting like herpes or chicken pox, where you will always have a remnant live virus in you just waiting to bubble up and be active. And so I don't know, come June 1st, we're still going to be figuring out our way of how we're going to navigate COVID. If that's true, that once you have COVID, it has the potential to surface up. And I don't know if that's manifesting as, what we're calling long COVID now. But I'm fine if we come back June 1st and figure out where we're going to go from there and allow people to be hybrid if they need to be hybrid.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. I too would be okay for coming back June 1st or sooner. I would be curious though, if we have an opportunity to find out other municipalities, councils that are back, if there is any type of trends with council members coming down with COVID or not. I'd be curious to see if there's any information out there about that, and or opening city halls and having any outbreaks.
Thank you, Councilmember. I can see, a lot of that will be, it's medical information, so I don't necessarily know that cities will provide that type of information about their council or staff, but I can certainly ask.
I should unmute myself before I say Councilmember Mankey.
I'm open to coming back anytime between now and June 1st. I know Bellevue's back, Mill Creek is back. Haven't done much research beyond that, but I know both of those are back in person. So I'm comfortable coming back in. And if we need to go hybrid, have some people there, some people not there, or rotate, whatever we feel is more comfortable, I'm open to that too, but I would like to be back.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. The question I have is, I read the MCRC thing, MSRC, whatever, CRC. The little thing about the executive, the new order that says if we do not go back by or after June 1st, we have to explain why, like how rigorous. Like, do you go to a hearing and you have to plead your case and all that? Like, how does that work?
I think the risk would be that if we didn't supply a reason for why we were still fully remote after that, we'd be subject to OPMA violations, which would be a lawsuit against the city.
Wait, so even if we do a meeting like we're doing right now, we're gonna get sued?
Yeah, and then there's also an argument that if we don't comply with the law regarding the Open Public Meetings Act, that the action that we take at those meetings might be considered void. So it's a risk.
Well, it sounds like a pretty big risk.
Yep.
And you're not going to be happy.
Well, it's not about me, but that is correct. I would not be happy.
Yeah. I'm okay with what the council does. I mean, we were there with retreat. It seems on the day it's relatively spaced apart. We have the option of wearing masks also. I know Councilmember Zorns wants to see our smiley faces. But sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. And I'm okay. I don't know. Are you looking for us to vote right now, interim city manager, or what?
vote or show of hands or something as far as what date you would like to come back in person and open the doors to in-person public attendance. Some specificity would be helpful.
Councilmember Aldrichs.
Thank you, Mayor. I have been relatively open about the level of caution that I am employing when it comes to returning to in-person. That said, what I very much appreciate that there is still a hybrid option available, and I will most definitely be availing myself of that for an undetermined amount of time at this point. Just as I, watch COVID rates and try to protect the vulnerable folks in my home from contracting COVID. And 2 years in, we've had no positivity cases in this house, and I very much want to prevent that from occurring to anybody, any of my loved ones. So just that is my level of caution personally for my family. I welcome. I'm excited for the public to return. I'm grateful for the council members who are willing to able to assess risk enough that they can be in person with our community. And so I'm not voting against any effort to return in person. I'm just saying that for me, for my family, my choice will be to remain hybrid for a little while as we watch case rates continue.
Something quick, Deputy Mayor. Can I take a turn?
Go take a turn. Did it after you were opening your mouth, so I did it after you speak. So.
I'm usually opening my mouth to speak at some point in time. It wasn't that funny, Aaron. You know how excited I am to not read? Before we move on to the agenda items, I'd like to acknowledge our remote meeting format. I was really excited to not hear it anymore when Liam was saying it, and now I'm excited to not say it. And it was really fun being in person for the retreat. It was really fun to have those, offhand interactions. It really kind of highlighted what we've really been missing over the last couple of years. And case counts are 1.5 times what they were at the Delta Peak in King County right now. And they're probably going to be higher on June 1st. If we look at what's happening in this wave in places where it started a little bit earlier. Question, Aaron, is the hybrid option available for staff?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want staff to feel pressured to show up in person, even if we are back in person, if they are not comfortable with it either. The hybrid option isn't really going to be available for me. So I will definitely be wearing a mask if we are in person on June 1st, because I would really prefer not to get this and bring it home to my kids, because the pediatric dose, they can't get a booster, and it's a lower dose that is shown to be less efficacious, and really don't want to give this to my kids as a present for their, 5th and 7th birthday. I'm fine with moving toward opening on January 1st as of right now. But I reserve the right to change my mind based on what happens over the next 2 weeks. So I would say I'm happy with moving that direction right now, but I'm not ready to say I'm ready to do it right now, because we're going to know a lot more the third meeting of the month than we do on the first, I think.
We can certainly schedule another conversation. And one item that the emergency manager pointed out is that transmissibility of this variant is very high, and that's why we have so many cases. But the hospitalizations and the deaths associated with this variant are not as high as with Delta. So something to just to keep in mind, but I understand what you're saying. So I think we can roughly aim for the June 7th meeting, but then we can also touch base on this at the last May meeting if you'd like.
I would like that very much. Okay. And hospitalization and death aren't the only negative things that can happen from COVID. Like Councilmember Zorn said, we have no idea how this is going to affect us into the future, what's going to crop up later. This variant is as transmissible as measles, and we just have no idea what the long-term consequences are. I really want to get back in person, but at the same time, I don't want to get this. I don't want you all to get this, and I don't want other people that come here to get this either. So I think protecting the public safety is something that is super important. So I'd say let's have this conversation again in a couple of weeks and see where we're at.
Sounds great. Thank you for your conversation.
Because we all haven't gotten enough conversations about COVID yet. So let's just do it one more time. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. And just one quick question. In this new post-June 1st meeting world, is quorum considered when 4 are in the chamber or 4 available hybrid?
When 4 are present in whatever shape or form, whether it's a combination of, if everyone's virtual, everyone's present, or any combination thereof.
Oh, okay. So then we have flexibility there as well, right? So we don't yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right. Well, I don't see any more questions. Where do we go? This one is hard because we're jumping all over the place in the meeting. It looks like next up is council committee reports. Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple updates. One is PSRC, Puget Sound Regional Council, had a meeting last week. And in that meeting, I was actually nominated to be the member for SCA. So super excited about that. And brought forward before us on consent agenda was the approval of the Canyon Park Regional Subarea Plan. I want to thank city staff for providing me with an update so that I could go in there prepared. I was able to pull it off of consent, say a bunch of positive words about what it means to work together regionally, all the hard work, and the Port of Seattle grant, where we started from and where we are today. So super excited that that has passed, and we're onward for our regional growth center. So thank you, staff, for all your hard work and getting me prepared for that. We had an NPRSA board meeting as well. We had a pretty robust discussion around the maintenance of the facilities. A lot of discussion about responsibilities of maintenance, both short-term and long-term. Opportunities for warranty or ensuring that we have extended warranty on replacement of products, materials, specifically like the HVAC system. Talked about opportunity for pickleball at the senior center, which obviously we all know now that is our state sport. So super excited about that. We also had a discussion around conducting a study, a regional North Shore study on the assessment needs for facilities. So throughout Kenmore, Bothell, Woodinville, Snohomish County, what the needs are for recreational activity spaces, community center. Councilmember Marshall out of Kenmore brought up the pool study that had been done in the past. So we formed a committee to reach out with King County's help. And they're going to put together a proposal, bring it back to the North Shore board. And I wanted to kind of gauge if there's support from our council to come up with a study on a needs assessment for recreational facilities, active spaces for youth, and community stuff within our city. So just wanted to get the kind of a feedback from the council.
Councilmember Aldrich.
Thanks. Thank you for the update, Councilmember McNeil. And I have a question about that needs assessment. How is that being funded? Is that being funded by PSRC? And if yes, or are cities contributing to it in some way? Just you let me know.
Yeah, so it's, I apologize, Councilmember Aldrich. So I switched from PSRC to North Shore Parks and Rec Board. So the North Shore Parks and Rec Board is actually the ones who are looking into it. And it's the study would be funded by King County. and it's appropriations money that Councilmember Dombowski put forward for this type of thing. So it's for youth and recreational activities. And the study would be hopefully to find what the needs assessment are in our area, which would then go along with the Best Starts for Kids levy that passed, where there's a $50 million set aside for facilities and capital projects. So this is just the first step, but it would be funded by King County.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember McNeil. So since this is a regional effort, is the study going to say each city needs something, or is the output going to say each city needs one facility, each city needs a facility, or is there one facility to serve the region, or what is the expected outcome of this study, you know?
The good news is it would be more of a regional approach. So it would say what the needs are within our region, our North Shore area. In the North Shore Parks Rec, that's what they focus on. So for instance, there's the needs assessment across the North Shore School District, right? What are the needs for the youth? What are the needs for a pool potentially? So it's going to gather the information and create a study that we can then fall back onto what our needs actually are.
Yeah, and we don't have to pay anything per, if I understood you correctly, right?
Yes, there's a grant that would be provided by King County. That's correct. Yes.
I mean, it sounds like a good deal to me.
All right. Seeing no more hands, we are going to take a quick break. It is 8:08 by my clock right now. We're going to take a 7-minute break and come back at 8:15. I will see you all in a few minutes.
Recording stopped.
All right, welcome back, everyone.
Recording in progress.
All right, next up on our agenda, we have the projected agenda discussion. And this, I'm going to call on Council Member Mankey to introduce something that he brought in through a council referral request form for a board and commission study session.
Thanks, Mayor. This is an item that I brought up regarding taking a look at our boards and commissions to make sure we have the right boards and commissions in place for the ones that we currently have, and then considering whether we would like to introduce new boards and commissions or even ad hoc boards and commissions focused on specific purposes that are limited in duration. So I'd like to find out if there's council consensus to take a look at this. Later on this year, I believe interim city manager said sometime in July it might end up back on the calendar, but they wanted to do some analysis of what that might look like in terms of staff work, because it would take a staff liaison. They would come back to us as we're looking at budgeting for next year. We can talk about what boards and commissions may be missing or what we'd like to do as far as changes, and then they can take that back and work on it with the budget. So it'd be great to know if there's support for looking at something like this, and then based on the feedback, they'll potentially come back in July.
Councilmember Zorns.
Yeah, I want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. You're talking about looking at the mission of our boards and commissions as they stand now, as well as adding the ad hoc committee?
Yeah, not so much the reason why we do it, more so, do we have the right boards and commissions focused on the right things? I think, there's definitely boards and commissions that we have that are very specific. There's things called out in the law, like the Civil Service Commission, they have to perform a specific function, or left one board, or planning commission. But I want to make sure that we have all the commissions and boards that we need. And then I know there's specific things that we're doing, or we have goals around, or we have desires for, that a board or commission might be useful for in an ad hoc format. And that could also encourage all other public participation for residents that don't necessarily have that 3-4 year commitment availability. They could sign up for a shorter duration service with the city and do something fun and get involved with maybe a 6 or 9 or 1 year timeline. So a lot of options there.
Oh, I would definitely support that, because there's been times where we've had conversations of what our boards and commissions are doing, and could they get another cluster of people short term to come alongside come alongside with them. There's the word I'm looking for. And I do like your perspective that a short term it allows people to get their feet wet and maybe be more active down the road.
Councilmember Alders.
Thank you. On the Human Services Committee, we've talked about possibilities for additional boards or commissions related to human services, DEI, perhaps. There's like, it's a can of worms to open, but I think it's an interesting and exciting one to begin this conversation and talk about what we might benefit from, especially since we are just very fortunate in this city to have so many people who are engaged and willing to participate at the city level and guiding and just guiding the direction of our city. So I'm looking forward to hearing the report when it comes.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I also am supportive. I think it gives us a great opportunity to take a deeper dive into the needs of our community as our community is ever changing. So thank you, Councilmember Mankey, for bringing this forward.
Councilmember Dewar.
I think this is an interesting proposal. I think I am a little concerned because I know staff struggles with the boards and commissions that we already have. And I would add that I don't know how many of you are aware, but the landmark board is actually a requirement for the city of Bothell because of the form of government we have. So I guess I'm open to it. I'm a little concerned about the implications for staff time. And as with anything, when we're adding, how does that fit into the budget and that sort of thing? So I'm not sure quite. So are we looking at a report initially first for having the discussion and then what we would like to see? Or I guess I'm not understanding exactly what the request is for. I mean, assessment and then proposals and then budget, or how would this work?
I'm going to defer to, I think, Becky or Aaron on how that would work. I just know that July would be kind of the time frame it would be coming back.
I'm happy to speak to this. Yeah, so what we'd like to do is just study the way our boards and commissions work and kind of, as Councilmember Mankey was suggesting, just kind of give it a good look. We know that some of our code is actually a little bit outdated. And so staff would actually like to take a look at that and make sure that we're meeting the community needs and make sure that we're meeting your community engagement needs. And so we think if we interview the liaisons and talk to some of the board and commission members and do a little bit of research leading up to July, then we can present to you some of the things that we're hearing from the community and the boards and commission members, and then kind of have a discussion about what you might want to see in the 2023 and 2024 budget and how that governs how boards and commissions work in 23 and 24. What we always find is that we start that board vacancy process in like late December, January, February. And then we always kind of think, oh gosh, we wish we would have taken a look at this, or maybe we could have streamlined or been more efficient here. And so if we do it before the budget development process, it's really helpful for staff. But yeah, no real decisions, just kind of a look to see what we might be able to do better for you. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's really helpful. I didn't know it was a staff recommendation. I guess the other thing I would just mention is I feel like we haven't, we've talked about having regular check-ins with the boards and commissions we have, but we haven't done it in years. And so I guess I would recommend that we actually have some of those meetings prior to making decisions, because I don't feel like I have kind of an overview of what they're all working on right now. And also I'd be interested, and we talked briefly at some point about having engagement with boards and commissions on some of our initiatives, like the Friday night markets and whatnot. It would be nice to know, sort of the lay of the land before decisions are made.
Absolutely. Great points.
Are there any examples of boards we may want to do that we don't currently do?
I think there have been a couple mentioned. So the DEI group is a temporary ad hoc group, and we should probably have a discussion about long-term, how we want to approach that. I don't believe it's in our protocol manual yet, but we will, I'm assuming we want to continue that forward in the future. So that would be one. I know with these Friday night markets or Friday night event series, there may be an opportunity to pull in more helping hands from our community to help organize an event plan and execute. So that could take, some burden off of staff if they have assistance with that. So that could be another opportunity.
Okay. I'm totally open to this and would love to have the conversation. I'd like also, as Councilmember Dewar brought up, to just have a conversation about what we would like our boards and commissions to be and how we would like to interact with them and what that should look like. I think, especially after the last couple of years, I think there's probably universal acknowledgement that like what we're doing right now is probably not what we want to do forever. And I mean, I know when I was on a board, I was kind of confused about, hey, what exactly is my role and my position and my job here? And I think some clarity around that would be really good. I'd love to kind of look at boards and commissions, but I'd rather do a good job with the ones we have now than add them generally. But that's not to say I'm against adding something if it's the right thing to do. So I guess that would be my opinion and direction. Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, I didn't contribute before because I thought, is this up for a vote or is it just a general direction, show of hands type thing?
I'm
More of
pretty
a
sure
show of
it's
hands.
general direction, and
Oh.
they're going to come back in July
Yeah.
based on what we say.
Oh, in that case, then I will contribute my 2 cents. I agree. I like it. It's get do some research, get some more information, and have a discussion in July. I'm good. Just like we're gonna have later today about this slot EFG thing, which I proposed a couple months ago. I like the process. Let's go ahead and have a discussion about it.
Thank you, Council. It sounds like we will be bringing it back this summer.
Perfect. All right. It is 8:30, and I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda. Councilmember Dewar.
I move approval of the consent agenda.
Deputy Mayor?
I second. Sorry, Jenny.
He's fast. All right, I got a motion on the floor by Councilmember Dewar and a second from Deputy Mayor Alcabra. Clerk, would you mind doing a roll call?
I would not mind. Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Alders,
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil,
Yes.
Councilmember Menke,
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you. All right, next up is Agenda Bill 22070, consideration of right-of-way dedication of city-owned land on the Fire Station 42 parcel to accommodate future sound transit improvements. And we have Peter Pearson here to present and entertain our questions. Hi, Peter.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Thompson and council members. Yeah, my name is Peter Pearson. I'm a development review engineer with the Public Works Department here at the City of Bothell, and I'm presenting tonight on the proposed right-of-way dedication for the Fire Station 42 project. I'll share my screen here. Let's see, is that working for everybody?
Looks good to me.
All right, thank you. So, as you are probably all aware of, the Fire Station 42 site at Beardsley Boulevard and Northeast 185th Street is in the process of undergoing a redevelopment. We're building a new fire station there. And associated with that development project are some right-of-way improvements that will be constructed as part of that project. And so one of those will be sidewalk and planter strip on Northeast 185th Street and Beardsley Boulevard. And that's kind of a standard right-of-way frontage improvement. And then the other improvement is going to be accommodations for a westbound right-hand turn lane on Beardsley Boulevard for traffic benefits related to the Sound Transit Bus Rapid Transit project that's coming in 2024, 2025 is when construction will begin on that. So this right-of-way dedication proposal has to do with that section on Beardsley where the right-hand turn lane will be coming in. So basically, just for some background, what right-of-way dedication is a transfer of land from a tax parcel to public right-of-way. So it's required for most development projects in order to basically accommodate right-of-way improvements that are required as part of our current design and construction standards. So sidewalks, curb and gutter, and roadway widening when necessary. The typical dedication process is that the dedication would be shown on the face of the plat for a subdivision type project, and then recorded in that fashion. Or if it's a single lot, then it would be recorded by statutory warranty deed. In this case, because the fire station property is a city-owned property, the dedication must be approved as a resolution from council. So that's why we're having the presentation. The city followed the process that's outlined in the Municipal Code, Chapter 1707. That's where the requirements for dedication are outlined. There is no cost to dedicate, so there won't be any fiscal impact for this proposal. And the engineering staff have reviewed the documents associated with the survey documents and whatnot, the exhibits, to ensure that that they meet our standards. So again, the purpose of the proposed action is to create sufficient right-of-way width to accommodate the frontage improvements and the roadway improvements associated with the bus rapid transit corridor. So hopefully you can see my cursor here. Basically, the area we're talking about is this section of land on Beardsley Boulevard, where it transitions westbound onto Northeast 185th Street. So this hatched area here is the location of the new right-hand turn lane that's being proposed. And so the portion of that lane that actually fronts the fire station parcel is the portion that would be dedicated. Just so you're aware, on 185th, there's no dedication required, and that's because there was already sufficient right-of-way width on that section to accommodate the improvements that are being made on 185th. So the area proposed to be dedicated is this trapezoidal segment here on a little bit of an arc. And basically it amounts to 1,294 square feet. And it's approximately 14 feet wide and almost 96 feet long at the longest point. This is a slightly more dedication than might usually be required, and that's because of the additional lane that we're trying to put in this section of roadway. So really, that's all there is to it. Our recommendation is to approve the resolution to dedicate the land, and but I'd be happy to take any questions.
Councilmember Zorns.
I'll try to ask my questions quickly. Moving this land into the right-of-way, it still remains under the City of Bothell domain, correct? It doesn't.
That's correct, yes. So there's a kind of a fine distinction between right-of-way and city-owned land. But the parcel of land that the fire station is on is a tax parcel that's recorded with the county as a taxable parcel.
Right.
The right of way, on the other hand, is city right of way, which isn't a tax parcel per se.
Right. It's just defining where those spaces are, those edges are, and that particular right-of-way really won't affect our fire maneuvering in and out of the fire station. It's more to accommodate sound transit. Is that correct?
That's correct. It won't affect the fire station layout at all. It's been designed as part of the layout. So.
Oh, okay. And then, so two other quick questions. I'm assuming there'll be a signal right there at that intersection?
I believe there is a proposed signal for that intersection, although I would want to make sure that Capital weighed in on that. The Capital Division is working with Sound Transit on developing this corridor. So I just happen to be working on the fire station project, so that's why I'm presenting. But yes, I believe there's a signal proposed to go in at that intersection.
Okay, and then just one last quick question that's just more of curiosity. Will land further north and east as you go down Beardsley, will there be a right of way? Will that right of way continue? Or was that just needed? Was that space for that lane just needed for right at that intersection?
So yes, looking at the proposed 30% design for Sound Transit, that lane does extend farther to the northeast. And so right-of-way acquisition will be required from that parcel to the east.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you very much for this presentation.
Councilmember Mankey.
Thank you, Mayor. This may sound like a strange question, Peter, but the recommendation is to approve the dedication. I'm curious, in the column of reasons not to approve, is there anything in that column at all?
No, I don't believe there is.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
Never mind. I saw the deputy mayor's hand go up.
It might be up for the same reason yours went up. You never know. I think it is.
Oh, okay, I move the recommended action.
I second.
All right, I've got a motion on the floor from Councilmember Dewar and a second from Deputy Mayor Alcabra. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? All right. City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Alders,
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil,
Yes.
Councilmember Menke,
Yes.
Councilmember Dewar,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
All right. Thank you very much. Peter, thank you. It was lovely to see you. I appreciate your time tonight. All right. I have next, actually, we are going to take 5 minutes right now. Deputy Mayor, does that do the trick? Is 5 minutes enough?
Oh, yes, thank you.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. It is 8:38. I will see you back, or it's 8:39 per my clock right now. It's just changed. I will see you back here. We'll call it 6 minutes and do 8:45. Welcome back, everyone. Next
Recording in progress.
Next up, we have Agenda Bill 22071, consideration of the federal legislative agenda. And we have Travis Lumpkin from Gordon Thomas Honeywell here to present and entertain our questions.
Mayor Thompson, members of the council, thank you for allowing me to present here. I'm going to share my screen. I've just got a brief PowerPoint that I'd like to share with you all.
I appreciate the fact that you called out that it was brief.
Yes. The city staff and I have been diligently working to evaluate a number of the city's existing priorities and projects across departments to identify, those projects that are best positioned to compete for federal dollars at this point in time. The biggest project that we've got submitted for a raise application is on the Bothell Way Multimodal Improvement Project. We are out for a raise grant for $25 million, which would complete that project. The next project that we've got is funding for body-worn cameras and vehicle cameras for the police department. I know that there has been some debate about this item, so I welcome any questions on this. I have worked with the police department and Chief Suberlich on this request. The next item that we have is the Bothell Operations Center backup power system. We initially requested $1 million for this, but due to some local cost share requirements and other considerations, we have reduced that request down to $750,000. The North Creek Trail Section 4 was originally on our list, but it was removed after funding to complete that project was secured in this most recent state session. There's been a lot of work that has gone into getting these applications ready to go, submitted and supported. To support our advocacy, the city staff and I have worked to draft briefing documents to be used with our congressional offices, federal agencies, and others. We've completed and submitted applications to our delegation offices and congressional appropriations committees. Those include applications to Representative Del Bene and Senators Murray and Cantwell. We've drafted support letters from the city. We've solicited letters from community stakeholders and other public offices, including the Washington State Emergency Management Division and representatives in the state legislature. Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. We have had numerous I was in Washington, D.C. the week of March 28th and had the opportunity to meet with some of our congressional staff on the Senate side in person on these priorities. We have had numerous calls with staff. Most recently, Eddie Lowe and I have been engaged in in-depth virtual briefings on the Bothell Way project with each of our congressional offices. And for our raise application on Bothell Way, we have secured a letter of support from Representative Del Bene, and we have requests out to Senators Cantwell and Murray and expect those will be forthcoming. Looking ahead for the remainder of this year, we're going to continue our engagement on our congressionally directed spending requests, the two that I just mentioned. We're going to continue our advocacy on our raise application. The department has said that decisions should be out by August, although we have heard through some staff in our briefings this week that those decisions could come as early as June. We're going to be evaluating new opportunities, and I really want to highlight this. It is something that is unique from what the council may be used to in terms of engaging at the state level. The federal appropriations process and indeed grant seasons and legislative seasons run year round. Some of these processes are really prolonged, especially made longer, especially during political seasons like we're in right now with the midterm elections coming up here in November. But we are always evaluating new opportunities as new programs and funding become available. And as we look to the next season for congressionally directed spending, that takes us to really 2024 preparation. So we want to be evaluating projects, selecting those priorities, and then engaging in our strategic development and implementation The earlier we get going on these things, the better. Part of the work that we've got to do is really to establish mind share about the quality projects that the city is putting forward as we compete with projects from around the state and indeed the country when it comes to the Appropriations Committee for scarce dollars that are that are highly competitive. As we look in terms of transportation dollars, I just wanted to highlight as an example some of the season that we expect DOT, some of the programs that we expect DOT to roll out with this year that may have applicability to some of the city's priorities. May we see the Safe Streets and Roads for All coming out. That's a lot of active transportation, other safety investment opportunities, bridge investment program. I know that the city's got a couple of bridges that could certainly use federal partnership. Culvert removal, we've heard a lot about this. There's a lot of focus at the federal level on this. Senator Cantwell and Kilmer, Representative Kilmer, secured $1 billion program from the feds for culvert removal, replacement, and restoration. And then we've got some SMART grants that are supposed to come out this fall, which can provide some opportunities for some innovative demos on use of technology in the transportation space. There are also a number of grant programs across other federal agencies, including rolling programs for the Economic Development Agency under the Department of Commerce that can fund a wide swath of projects. When we look at federal funding for 2024, I think the city has done a really good job in looking at various accounts and matching up the city's priorities, existing priorities with opportunities. But there are programs that we have not targeted this year in the healthcare space, in education, with regard to emergency management and others. So I really look forward to continuing work with the city and indeed with the council to identify these priorities as we move forward. I really want to stress that the engagement at the federal level and indeed with earmarks is really a long game. As I mentioned, there are a number of increased levels of funding for programs, but there is also an increased level of competition. There's no magic here. We've got to do our work in putting forward good programs, continued engagement and advocacy on those programs. And I think that with a sustained effort, the city can expect to be successful in really building a stronger federal partnership that brings more resources to the city for local priorities. I wanted to just take a really quick moment to just highlight some staff that have really been instrumental in helping put together the federal agenda and get to where we are. These folks have really stepped up. I have called some of them at weird hours of the day. Sometimes we get requests from the congressional delegation for more information that must be delivered in a timely way. And I just really want to emphasize that staff have really stepped up. They've helped identify projects, helped put together briefing materials, been really responsive to all the requests for information and questions, helped engage with the Washington, Colby Kavanaugh in particular, really did a lot of work in engaging with the Washington Emergency Management Division to get their support behind the Emergency Coordination Center North backup power source project. So just wanted to take a brief moment to highlight some of the folks that really have been key in this effort. And I wanted to keep this brief because I know that this is the first opportunity that we've had to really talk about this agenda, talk about the city's priorities. And so with that, I really want to turn it over to you all for questions. And I know that we've also got some staff on as well that can help provide some technical answers and details on some of these priorities.
Not everybody all at once. Councilmember Zorns.
Well, I have a cat that decided to jump in my lap, and I was really hoping someone would buy me some time. So, any rate, sorry for that interruption. One, I am grateful that you put the police body cams and cameras on this. I had some reservations initially with body cams And I've talked to officers who have said cameras are really useful, but they're limited. They don't have peripheral vision like our own eyes do, so they don't catch what's coming up along the side of an officer. But I know, there was a situation in Tacoma where those body cameras came in handy for someone who lost their life during being apprehended. So I do support body cameras because they do tell more unbiased of what happens in particular events, provided they're on. And knowing our police chief, if they don't have it on, there's going to be some accountability that's going to have to happen. I do have a question, and maybe you can clarify this for me, because I don't know if on a federal level, if we could ever, with other cities that are using Gordon, if we could join together with other cities to lobby for, say, mental health facilities or a regional courthouse, can that ever happen on a federal level?
Absolutely. Mayor Thompson and I discussed this briefly earlier in the year, but I strongly support the city coming together with its regional neighbors and creating coalitions around project priorities. It makes those priorities much stronger in terms of competing for federal dollars, and it really assists our federal delegation because you've got a region that's really come together, done a lot of the local work, and they can feel more secure that there is that work done. Local support has been secured, and oftentimes funding has been provided. I'm hesitant to get into details about specific projects without understanding those in more specificity. But generally speaking, I think anytime that we can look to lever the city's support and advocacy with that of our neighbors in the region, it does nothing but just help move us forward, and I think elevate the priority of the projects in the eyes of our delegation.
Well, that's super helpful and very encouraging. Would you recommend that our city managers have that conversation and then bring in city councils and then go to their separate city councils to do a temperature read on that? What would be the best way, in your opinion, to go about that?
This is my first time presenting to council and my first year working with the city. I'm a little hesitant to prescribe format or order of operation. But generally speaking, I think if the city can come together around, particular priority, and then whether it's council members or whether it's the city staff reaching out to make those connections with others, doesn't sort of affect, my work and my perspective there. So really whatever works best in terms of city functioning and the way that you all interact with your neighboring jurisdictions.
Okay, so we'll figure that whoever's using your services, and hopefully that's both neighbors on both sides.
Even jurisdictions that aren't using Gordon Thomas Honeywell, really like this. I am happy to work with anybody and any entity and organization that can help move the city's priorities forward.
Perfect.
So it really has nothing to do with whether or not those potential partners are represented by Gordon Thomas Honeywell at all. I welcome that partnership, and it certainly helps me in my work.
Well, that's very encouraging to hear. So we'll have those conversations, and once we want to move forward, we'll contact you. Is that
perfect?
Okay.
Listen, I think I just want to throw this open. I'm available to council members, to the entire council at any time. I look forward to more engagement with you all as a body and with you individually to better understand your priorities and to make sure that I'm really on target in terms of federal advocacy and what I'm working for on behalf of the city for at the federal level. So I just want to say that sort of generally as a blanket statement, I'm someone who really likes to see projects in person and really get to know you all and your individual priorities. So let's find time to connect on these things going forward.
Well, I'm grateful for the staff that GTH puts together, because you guys have served our city very well. Thank you. Thank you for representing us on a federal level.
It's my pleasure.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Travis. Thank you for the presentation. this point that I'd like to make and ask the question, and maybe the chief will maybe he's expecting me to ask this question. I have as a member of a community that's very highly surveilled. I have some questions about this camera program, any camera program, just as I did with the, you call it ROAS, I call it drones, you know. So I have questions. I wonder, I'm hoping if it's possible in the future, you know, before we make such a big budget ask, to involve the community ahead of time, especially ones who might be affected potentially, you know, or maybe have conversation about the policies ahead of time, just like, you know, you did with the drones, have those conversations ahead of time before, you know, we go out with this big budget ask, so it won't feel like it's just a done deal, you know, because that's what it feels like right now.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. To be honest, I looked at this very much like as a letter to Santa. That's really what this is. I'm asking for money, and I don't expect money. So once if money was received, then we start the process. But to go through the process and not have any funding for it doesn't make any sense with the limited staffing that we have. So if we can get the staffing, we absolutely then start the process, get the community engagement, engage with people that are concerned about being surveilled. And the ACLU has a great model policy out there on body cams. And so we can easily work with the community to get something that works. Now, I also want to go back to the why. You know, the past couple of years has been difficult. I think everybody knows that. I don't have to get into the details. But there's been a lot of focus on police accountability. Cameras are a cornerstone of police accountability. If we want to know what is happening at a police contact or how that police contact happened, having good policy in place and ensuring that officers are utilizing those cameras, I think is key to that. And if at any point we expand to some sort of oversight program, well, oversight and body cameras kind of go hand in hand. You know, otherwise you're just working on hearsay. And, you know, we've recently had a couple cases that there was a lot of speculation of what occurred. And by just plain luck, we had camera footage to dispel what was being said. The cost of a camera program, honestly, could be easily made up in a lawsuit. I know it looks like a lot of money, and that's why I'm trying to utilize federal appropriations to get that so it doesn't impact the city. So we can spend city money and ARPA funds on other things that we want to do in the community. So for me, this was a bit of a, well, let's throw it out there and see if it happens. And if it happens, then we can start working together as a team and figure out what's going to work for our community. And maybe the community goes, yeah, we don't want body cams. Okay, then we don't get body cams and we don't take the money.
I appreciate that, and you're welcome for lobbying, giving you so you can go and to your talking point about the about the need. I agree. I mean, there is some accountability. I mean, as been mentioned before, probably visitor comment, and I read the ACLU reports also about how research has shown, you know, it's inconclusive. So I could go either way on the, you know, efficacy of such a program.
I think that I don't buy into the cameras reduce use of force. I just don't. I don't think there's enough data to show that. But what it does do is it shows that particular angle of what the officer was doing and utilize that data.
Yeah.
I think when people misbehave, they misbehave. I mean, we got cameras in, you know, stores all the time that we see people shoplifting. They know they're there. It doesn't stop them. So I think it's just another tool in being accountable and transparent. So that's all I'm trying to do. And that's all it's on my annual goals. So I was trying to check that box too.
I appreciate that. I sorry, Councilmember, I was going to say, I just want to bring it up right now so that we can have the conversation, you know, assuming Santa responds, you know, by Christmas and says, yay, you got it. So we'll have conversations here very soon after that. Thank you.
Maybe Travis could wear a Santa hat the next time he comes to present to us if he gets us lots of money for stuff.
Deputy Mayor, I just want to say, point well taken, though. I want to make sure that, again, when I am back representing the city's priorities with the federal delegation, that the council is fully on board with the agenda, aware of the agenda, and supports that agenda. So let's work on making sure that that's a better process as we move forward.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess on top of, some concerns about the cameras, my, I guess, issue is the ongoing maintenance and expense, and not just with the cameras, but the recordings and then the PRA requests. Like, do we have a good handle on what that ongoing cost will be and how it might impact our budget?
I do. So what we did is we looked at a camera package that is standalone. It's a 5-year contract. We pay it all up front. At the end of 5 years, if we decide that we don't want the program anymore, it goes away in totality. Cameras out of the vehicles, cameras, body-worn cameras, cloud storage, the whole bit. So it is a one-stop shopping program. Now with the PRRs, one of the things that I could look to do is move one of my FTEs into that PRR location, or ask for a budget add. My initial thought was to try to just move somebody around in there to cover that. But yeah, we've thought about that. There's a bunch of different vendors out there. There's one that I like. It seems to be better than the rest because it's cloud storage and it's kind of one-stop shopping, and it also works with the software that we already have in place for evidence.com. Does that help?
That's super helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Alders.
Thank you. Travis, thanks so much for being here. I have comments on body cameras, but I first just want to acknowledge that that you put in a lot of effort, and I really appreciate the presentation, especially the sort of the guidance that you provided on what to look forward to, what's coming up here in the future, because there are several of those. There are several priorities and opportunities that I believe our city would be interested in pursuing, and just also appreciate your accessibility and the encouragement for council members to, reach out and work with other jurisdictions. I believe that that's an important part of why we were elected, is it's that relationship building and that collaboration, and that together, as we work with our local and regional partners, that we can really accomplish some good things. So grateful for all of that. And when it comes to body cameras, I share some of the same concerns in the sense of, we have heard from our community, or at least parts of our community, about body cameras, and for it to show up in this way, I think took some people by surprise, in the sense of like, where's the community engagement about it? I understand what the process can be going forward, and that, it makes sense to do community engagement around real possibilities and not hypothetical possibilities. But that said, I'm not convinced on the efficacy and benefit of body cameras. I find that it's expensive, and I'm not entirely sure what the return is. I did send an ACLU article about some of the concerns with body cameras to the council, and I hope everyone on council has been able to review those concerns. That while I understand that you could, seek the grant and get the fund, maybe not get the funding, and then if we can have a more robust conversation with the community. My priority, and I believe that the priority that I have heard from our community, and in my conversations around policing, that the interest in our community really is more lying in the alternatives to policing programs like Radar, the expansion of that, treatment facilities like Councilmember Zorns mentioned, And so I wish you had been at our like retreat, that somehow that you could have like participated in some way, just to kind of like, because that has really great information about sort of where we're headed as a city and what this council is seeking to do. And I can tell you that body cams did not make a one-time investment appearance on the one-time investment priority sheet. I did not see body cams as a community priority in the survey that we just recently conducted. And so I'm just seeing all of these different data points sort of adding up to, I'm just not convinced, and very much interested in other directions that could better serve the underserved in our community and address some of the longstanding challenges that we're really making good progress on. But we know that we need funds to really take it to the level that we want to take it to. So that said, thank you very much.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. Travis, thank you for the update. I'll look forward to you wearing a Santa hat soon. Chief, I had a couple questions around the body cams. Having served on many regional committees around the region and listening to some of the other local electeds around the region and some of the things that they're doing in their city, can you speak to what other jurisdictions, what other departments, whether it be King County, Bellevue, Redmond, what other departments are doing, and what are they hearing from their constituents, their communities? What is it? Are they hearing positive things? Are they moving forward with body cams? Are they removing body cams? What is it? What is the sense that you're hearing regionally in our area?
Thank you. Great question. Most of our neighbors are adopting body camera programs. Redmond is currently in the process. They believe that their program is going to be up and running by the end of the year. Kirkland is already in the process where they're doing the community engagement. If you go to their website, they actually have the ACLU's model policy along with theirs, kind of like a lot what we did with the ROAS program. So they're in that community engagement portion of how that's going to roll out. King County, I don't know if anybody saw that this morning. Dow Constantine said that King County is moving to a body camera program. And the new sheriff is going to be tasked with making that happen. Lake Forest Park has body cams. Linwood has body cams. Edmonds has body cams. It is just part of modern policing. And one of the key components to that is this last legislative session, and I'm sure many of you are aware of that, but that was State House Bill 1223 requires us to record all juvenile interviews and all felony interviews. So doing that in the field, it could be a little cumbersome without some sort of camera system, something that we can upload into evidence. So that's challenging in and of itself. So, using individual iPhones is not ideal when you're out in the field, especially if somebody is in the back of a patrol car or out in a rainy environment. That's what these cameras are designed for. And I think that's why a lot of the agencies are going that direction, because the legislative intent that I see is they want us to record our interviews to make sure we're documenting truth. So that's kind of what's going on around us. That's kind of why I presented this. I also, just for full disclosure, I also made the request through ARPA funding. When the requests were made out there, this shouldn't be too new to people.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And if memory serves, we have had some prior conversations around body cams. I know you've spoken to us previously, maybe not this specific council, but previous councils about body cams. Can you talk about one of the biggest things that came up the last time I recall was the content of the information and what happens to that information. Right. So can you speak to that a little bit? And is there an opportunity, or what positive or negative would come out of recordings, reducing liabilities for the city, or holding people accountable within the city? How could that benefit our community?
Well, I think it's like anything that's new out there, there's a lot of apprehension that, frankly, that government is going to use this tool against somebody. And frankly, I feel a little wonky because I feel like everybody's wanted body cameras for a number of years, and now all of a sudden we don't want body cameras. So it's kind of a weird place for me to be. Storage. Let's go with storage and retention. I think the average is like 60 days right now. What I've seen in the policies, but that's stuff that we can talk about with the community. There are mandated retentions. I like to keep it fairly short if possible, because that's people's personal information. When you're designing a policy, if you're responding to someplace, and let's say somebody's partially clothed, okay, you build into a policy that in situations like that, you can shut that off. So, you're not putting victims and victimizing them more with body camera footage. But that's that interaction when you're talking to your community and really kind of nailing down what works for your community. What do they want? The retention, it's cloud. So we're not having to do server space or really task our IS division. That was kind of the goal. I kind of wanted one-stop shopping to make it super easy. If we were paying this annually, it's about $170,000 a year for body cameras. I looked at this as an opportunity to not take monies from the city, where maybe we get lucky and we can get some federal appropriations funds and get this program going. And from, I guess my point is, if we run this test and at 5 years, the community doesn't want body cameras anymore, body cameras go away. I work for the community, and I'm trying to provide a service for accountability. That's what I've been hearing a lot of. I hear a lot of community members come to me and go, how come you don't have body cameras? As it's kind of expected. And I don't want to say it's daily, but it's weekly that people ask me, or I talk to them on the phone. So I feel that at some point in the future here, very soon, body cameras are going to be as common as red and blue lights and, Sam Brown belts for police officers. I just think that it's just going to be the norm.
Well, thank you, Chief, for being proactive with it. Obviously opportunities for grant funding are hard to come by. If we have the opportunity to get the grant, I look forward to having the community engagement and working with you to ensure that the community has their voice heard. Thank you.
Councilmember Mankey.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a question, one for Travis and one for the chief. I'll start with Travis. Since this is our first time doing any kind of federal lobbying, I was hoping you could understand or help us understand what the RAISE grant process looks like, and also how the congressional directed spending process looks like. How are things, how does the intake work for the folks that manage those things? And then how are decisions made within the body resulting in grants?
It's a great question. And it has very little to do with any Santa hats. As I mentioned, this really requires, this is not the earmarks or the CDS of prior years, where largely, members of Congress had a wide discretion to just sort of fund projects in their respective states or districts. There is much. I liken this more to almost a formal grant process that's now being administered by the Congress. I have my own views on constitutional powers and how much the Congress should be delegating to the administration decision-making. But essentially, all of the members of the House and members of the Senate collect priority projects from their districts or their states. They sift through those projects as a staff, evaluating community support, local funding, how close the project, how much funding the project needs to completion, a number of different factors, and of course, project eligibility. They then create a priority list from those projects submitted from their district, their constituents, and they submit that to the Appropriations Committee. The Appropriations Committee has 12 subcommittees. that are that each have appropriations programs. Those staffs then take those priority lists from senators and from representatives and evaluate those, and then provide project selection in working with those respective offices on their priorities. So there's a process, and there is a level of sort of sifting and evaluation that occurs within the Congress as I identify projects put in bills. Now, the Senate and the House will each do their own respective appropriations process. Traditionally, they meet in a conference, and then all of these items sort of have to be reconciled, as you will. Most of the time, and we are doing this with the city's priorities, trying to be strategic in terms of who we're asking to really prioritize or champion specific requests, so that the funding amounts, assuming that we end up in a conference situation, are such that we don't face redundancy and those types of issues. With regard, for example, to the Bothell Operations Center backup power request, that application actually required a letter of support from the Washington State Emergency Management Division, as well as their statement of project eligibility for the funding that we're seeking under the program that we're targeting. And so there's also that level of scrutiny that is applied as well. That's really the CDS, congressional directed spending or otherwise earmark process. Appropriations can take, well, they're supposed to be done by the end of the federal fiscal year, which is September 30. But oftentimes, as I'm sure this council knows well, continuing resolutions extending existing authority into the future to continue to keep the lights open with the federal government have been required in years past. I would anticipate that that's going to be required this year because we are in a midterm election. We've got razor thin division of party power in both the House and the Senate. And usually when that's the case, the appropriations process does not finalize until after the results of the midterms are known. With regard to the raise process and other administrative, other grants that are executed by the administration, they take the direction from the statute, put out their regulations. We review what are called notices of funding opportunity that lay out eligibility criteria, how the program or projects are going to be evaluated, and the city, the sponsoring entities put together applications according to those NOFOs, submit those to the agencies. And a lot of what I try to do is to really develop mind share among the staff of our congressional delegation. Those are our advocates at the federal level. Those are our partners. And it's my job, it's our job to make sure that they understand the real complete streets nature of the Bothell Way Multimodal Improvement Project, how it hits on so many issues of active transportation expansion, really promoting the interconnectedness of our regional transportation transit systems and bringing together and enabling BRT to come and serve downtown Bothell and the colleges and universities located there. It's our job to help them be our advocates back in DC. So that's a lot of what we do and are doing right now with regard to RAISE. The process with RAISE really starts, and other transportation programs, for example, really start within the department. They go through a program office and then sort of work their way up through the secretary's office, and it also includes some White House evaluation as well, as final projects and amounts are selected. So that's sort of a broad overview on these two processes. Whether we're talking about transportation or funding or FEMA funding that we're going after for Bothell Operations Center, they will have some slight tweaks in terms of project eligibility and process. But generally speaking, that's what we face as we go back to seek funding in these respective processes. I hope
Great,
that's helpful.
thank you. Yeah, that's very helpful. I don't know if you're aware, but Senator Murray is a Bothell homegrown senator. So
yes,
keep that in your back pocket and let her know Bothell needs her help. So hopefully that pull on the heartstrings a little bit there.
Yes, I was on Senator Murray's staff, and I actually advised her on transportation, community development, and housing and economic development projects back during from 2007 to 2012. I know about her heritage in Bothell, the 5 and Dime store on Main Street, and Senator Murray is set to become either the ranking member or the chairman of the Senate Appropriations, the full committee. So in addition with other positions of leadership that our delegation has now attained, we've got really great, powerful delegation representation with a lot of seniority.
Excellent. Question for the chief. If we do not get the CDS appropriation, is there another opportunity through WASPIC? My understanding was that WASPIC had been given grant money. I believe it was by this, I thought it was by the state, and they were giving out grants for departments that were looking to do a first time setup and purchase.
I'm not aware that they're doing anything with body cameras. We did receive WASPIC funding to assist with our radar program, and we did receive WASPIC funding to help with our in-house mental health program for our employees.
Okay.
Okay. But I'll check into that for sure.
I'll see if I can find where it was that I read that. I thought I read it, but I might be.
There's a lot of things coming out. It may be in my mailbox and I just haven't read it yet.
Okay, great. I thought the body cams were already in process because I thought there was an ARPA request, so that's why it didn't appear at the budget meeting. I think a couple other council members might have thought the same. So to me, that's why it wasn't put on. I thought it was already in process. So I also think, body cams, they provide accountability, and accountability is important. And if we implement them, there will be policies around their use, and those policies will be enforced. And officers who are not following policy will be, disciplined appropriately. We all have policies that we follow in our workplace, and this would be a policy that an officer is expected to follow. So having a camera turned off at an inopportune time, that's not going to fly in this city and with this council or with this department. So there's, there are mechanisms. There's also police officers that, will speak up. It's not a thin blue line necessarily. It looks bad on everybody if somebody is not acting appropriately, and police officers do hold each other accountable as well. So I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on it if we do it. So I don't have a lot of concerns about that. I know there are two situations that happened recently where body cameras would have been really important, and we did get very lucky that there was a camera on a house pointed in the exact right direction. So it is a way to reduce liability as well. I heard a lot of community support for it in the last year as I was speaking in various neighborhoods. So what I've heard from the community has been, for the majority, positive. And body cameras are also, as the chief mentioned, they're a new technology. And new technology is scary, but every function, every organization has new technology that comes. Just like the taser replaced the ASP baton and the pepper spray. Thankfully, I will tell you, I have been pepper sprayed several times, and it does not feel good. I would much rather be tased. And I don't wish a baton on anybody. And there's a reason why it never comes off of an officer's duty belt, because it's not a great tool. It's a tool of last resort. So, a body cam is pointed in the direction that the officer is. It's seeing what an officer sees. It's not an autonomous vehicle that is surveilling an environment. It's a physical person that's there with a camera on them. So I don't have as much concern. I do understand the concerns of surveillance, but I think based on how it's presented on an officer, what it does, what it's meant for, and that it's a new technology that's being implemented all around us, I think it's just something that we have to get comfortable with as a city that doesn't have it yet. And again, like the chief said, if it's not something the community wants long term, we don't have to use it. So I think it is important, and I think the community, from what I've heard, has been interested in it. And I'm not necessarily hearing no's. I hear a lot of, I want to focus on other things, and we are focusing on other things. We're focusing on human services, radar expansion, but we don't have to be mutually exclusive. We can do both at the same time. So with that, I'll go ahead and yield back to the mayor.
I guess there aren't any more hands up. I have very little to add that hasn't already been said before. Just one quick question. If we get this raise grant, is that the last money for this particular project that we will have to ask for 527?
I want to defer to staff for a real technical answer on this, but
Will that finish it? Will that be like the whole way?
The city, the 25 million, I think if the city is able to secure 25 million, it will have no problem leveraging, I think, a few more dollars that are required to finish the entire corridor. But I know that the city is involved and engaged in the PSRC process right now. So I really want to defer to city staff for a technical answer that's 100% correct.
Eddie, I see you there. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mayor. That's the question. We are looking for this as part of the other requests that we're seeking through PSRC as well. So if we are successful in this current round of applications through PSRC on federal funds, which has limited dollars in those programs, this will then fulfill the complete, instead of building in phases, as you're probably aware, we've been looking at phasing it. If we're successful with the raise funds, the 25 million, and we're successful with the current ask that we're applying through PSRC, then we would have fulfilled a complete corridor to be built in 2026, 2027.
Awesome. That's super cool. In terms of the body cameras, I would just want to make sure that if we do end up getting that in the outreach that we do to the community, that we somehow weigh the opinions of people from marginalized communities that look at cameras a whole lot different than I do. When I talked to the deputy mayor about, the combination of the government and cameras, we just have very different presuppositions on that. And we come from very different places because of our different experiences. And I think that it's going to be really important to weigh the folks that have had a harder time more heavily, would be my ask on that if we do that.
If I may, you're spot on. The police department works for everybody in the community. And so trying to devise a policy that connects with everybody in the community is key to the success of the program. And people from marginalized communities, I mean, we are here to protect and serve them as well. So if they have concerns, we need to address those concerns. And, I'm sure there's a whole bunch of stuff that I haven't thought about that somebody out there has concerns with, that then we can put on the table and dissect it and figure out how we're going to address it and fix it and help people be comfortable with the program. Or we don't have the program. That's always the option too. I would like to chime in real quick too. Travis is a rock star. He's always answering his phone, super helpful. It's great working with him.
Respect the hustle. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for acknowledging. I'm not going to belabor that. I'm going to switch to another question. One of the slides, Travis, that you had, it said U.S. DOT summer schedule, and the first item said safe streets and roads for all. I mean, aside from that title, which is car-centered, not people-centered, but separate topic, does that mean we can apply or get funding for improving our sidewalk situation within the city of Bothell?
Yes, I need to take a close look once the notice of funding availability comes out for that program to answer specific questions about eligibility. But there are programs that exist right now that are forthcoming and that exist in the annual CDS earmark appropriations process, where we can absolutely go out for funding for sidewalks and that type of infrastructure.
And the reason I ask is because we don't print money like the federal government, as you know. So, and we have a priority list, and we always struggle with priorities because you can't make obviously everybody happy, but you want to make as many people as you can happy within the city and make it as safe as possible for 90%, 99%, hopefully 100%. And if we can get enough funding, with input from the staff to say we can cover 100%, make that our goal, and see if we can achieve that funding. If we don't get the 100% funding for 100% coverage, what's the next level down? And these kind of conversations, it will be great so that we can, because there are a lot of places, areas in the city that aren't safe to walk. Like I don't know if you're familiar, but there's East Riverside Drive. Everybody talks about this, but we can't. I mean, it's a multi-year process and it's a very expensive process to go and fix what wasn't designed properly in the first place, right? So that's why I thought that this was a very interesting program for us to take a look at.
Yes, I will track that closely. I would say that livability, active transportation are all priorities of this administration, and indeed priorities of the bipartisan infrastructure bill that's providing a lot of the resources that are supporting these programs. So, building on some of the other comments that have been made, I am available anytime to join discussions of the council just to provide a perspective on the federal work. As you all are considering priorities for the city. Anything that I can do to help inform your processes, I'm available. So just want to make that clear.
I don't see any more hands. I really liked earlier when you showed, here's the timeline for different things. Do you have like a complete timeline that you can give us? I think Councilmember Aldrich may have mentioned something like that earlier, but is that a thing that exists?
I can build a timeline. The what I had on the slide actually comes from a US DOT page that they update frequently. They're giving us sort of projections as to when they expect these notices to be released and these programs to be open. I can provide regular updates to the council on those and try to compile sort of a timeline with other programs. It would really help to come together around sort of the priorities that we're looking at to the future. There's myriad federal programs out there, and I want to make sure that I'm tracking the ones that are most pertinent to the city's priorities going forward and providing information that's helpful to the council as you are all considering the agenda.
Almost like a goal setting of sorts.
Yes.
That sounds like a good idea.
And these can be 6-month horizon, 1-year horizon, longer term. There's a big bridge project that we've talked about, and it's gonna take some strategy on that. It may require a multi-year approach where we're looking at some phase funding for maybe some pre-construction activities or something like that. And then once we get further along and have maybe secured local and state funding, we go back for a bigger chunk from the Fed. So, this also goes back to something I said earlier. The way that I would recommend that the city engage with the federal stuff is really to just remain flexible. We need to have our list of priorities, but there are oftentimes opportunities that pop up. And the more that we can be agile and responding to those, the more that we're just going to be able to bring in resources and create a stronger partnership with the federal government. So, here I am presenting a federal agenda for the council to consider, but, maybe we should have a conversation beyond this about another way to sort of engage on evaluating project priorities, and then having me update the council on sort of where things are. And maybe that's a formal process, but maybe it's a bit more informal at times, just to maintain sort of that flexibility and agility.
I don't know if I can speak for the whole council, but I would very much like that, just to have a little bit better idea of what's going on, when it's going on, and if and when those opportunities do arise, just to know that they're happening and what that might look like and how we could take advantage of them. Yeah. Councilmember Aldrich.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that we actually very much hope for those opportunities to come up. We are hoping, I believe, I'm looking to you to kind of scan the environment and find opportunities that may match priorities that we have kind of left on the table unaddressed. I expect that, for example, we have some very ambitious thoughts for a bike plan here in Bothell, and we're just looking for funds that we could seek out and apply to. I know that there's been conversation about, how much could the city benefit from a grant writer? And kind of what you're describing is like, you're basically our federal lobbyist who's writing grants to Congress for us. Thank you for that. And there may be several other opportunities that you're able to just kind of look at what we want to do, see what's coming up, and put them together and help us deliver for our community. So please, yes, exactly what you said, do that.
I need to really make an important clarification. The city staff has been very much this tip of the spear in terms of helping me identify city priorities and also doing a lot of the drafting work. I have been advising and working with them through the drafts, but they're the ones who know these projects the best, have the history with the community and other stakeholders. And so I just want to make sure that that's clear. The city staff has put a lot of work into these applications, many drafts, and even on the RAISE application have worked with some private, has gotten some help from private grant writers.
Well, fantastic. Thank you, Travis, for coming out. I appreciate it. Always a pleasure. Interim City Manager.
We would appreciate a council action to adopt the proposed legislative agenda.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mankey.
I move the recommended action.
Councilmember Dewar.
A second.
I have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Mankey to adopt the recommended action and a second from Councilmember Dewar. Would anybody like to comment on the motion? Councilmember Alders.
Sorry about that. I went out of order. Pushing the wrong buttons first. I will be, unless there can be an amendment to the motion, I will be voting against this, not because I don't want to see funding for the two projects related to infrastructure, but because I want it to be on the record that I'm not comfortable seeking federal funding for body cams at this time.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to thank Travis for bringing up the important point of the hard work that the staff does to ensure that we do have the opportunities for these grants, both state and local, federal. It's important that we acknowledge that the hard work and effort that they put into that.
All right. City Clerk.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Alders,
No.
Councilmember McNeil,
Yes.
Councilmember Mankey,
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra.
No.
Passes 5-2 with Council Members Alders and Deputy Mayor Alcabra voting against.
All right. Next up, we have Agenda Bill 22072, City Council Referral Request Lot EFG Activation. And I believe Jeannie Ash is here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. It's a pleasure to see you all. As I work to share my screen with you. And is that coming across? That wasn't my screen that I needed to share, is it?
I can see it now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. So on our This past March, Deputy Mayor Alcabra asked us to look at opportunities to activate lot. I'm going to change my screen view here. Opportunities of activating lot E, F, and G. And during that conversation, what bubbled to the surface was food trucks, as well as some questions that we had from council with regards to parking and long-term parking on that lot, as well as questions about cleanup. So if you give me a moment, my screen share is making me a little crazy. I would like to be able to speak to you in a way that is intelligent. So let's get right into it. So this is an aerial view of lot E, F, and G, and I want to point out first of all that there was an error in the agenda bill. There is no downtown commercial zoning here. It is simply zoning for downtown neighborhood and downtown core. And so this is up here at the top is downtown core, and this along the bottom is downtown neighborhood. I also too want to point out is that you were not wrong. There is a lot of long-term parking going on. There's a lot of overnight parking. And some of what you're seeing is the two vans from the senior housing across the street. What they've got parked there is their vans for transportation. And the reason why they're parking on lot E, F, and G is because when they constructed their building, their garage entrance is not tall enough to support their vans. So they used to park on lot D, and now they're parking on lot E, F, and G. There is definitely some abandoned vehicles that I've identified on the lot, but there's nothing that we can do about it unless we properly post on the lot that you cannot park long-term or overnight. Also, too, I just want to give you a little bit of heads up that starting this summer, that there's going to be approximately 300 more construction workers from Graham Construction working on Lot D. What that means is that they will be working really hard to find another lot that they can park on, and then transport their workers, construction workers, into the city of Bothell, as well as convincing their construction workers to carpool. So the second piece of information I wanted to share with you is this very difficult to read map. I apologize for that. But what this is, I wanted to give you kind of a view of what's going on with the cleanup for lot E, F, and G. And give you kind of a point of view. So up here at the top, as you know, this is where the contamination originates. And all of these little dots here, these very difficult to see dots, are wells that are existing monitoring wells. And some of these blue dots down here at the bottom of lot E, F, and G, these are proposed monitoring wells. So we are currently waiting. We've identified where the contamination is. We've written a draft cleanup action plan. We're awaiting Ecology's decision. And what that will do will give us a preferred path for cleanup and what cleanup levels we need to do, establish points of compliance, and then requirements for monitoring. Hope to have that by the end of the year. And I will say this is that once we do have a cleanup action plan, we can put this property on the market. And I'll use Lot D as an example. Lot D is still a cleanup site. It is, and what we did is we worked with the developer, the Department of Ecology, and staff to come up with a plan on how they could build that apartment building and still monitor for cleanup. So it is very possible to do it. So let's get into the meat of this request, and that was food trucks. So as inspiration, Deputy Mayor Alcabra provided us with this image right here. And this is really a great example of what it takes to make a food truck successful. So I wanted to just kind of dive in a little bit about what this really is. So this is an event center. This was bought by districts. It's now called District 6, and it's in the Mission District of San Francisco. But what this is 20,000 square feet of event space. It's on a vacant lot, and it's event space, as well as 1,200 square feet of an outdoor venue. So on this property, you can rent it. And what they do is they provide, there's water, there's toilets, there's power. You can customize the space, as well as, I'm missing something, I know I am. Oh, they provide the equipment. So if you have, like, if you want to hire a band, they have all of those amenities available to rent. So in addition to having space available for renting, they have regular activities like pop-up barbershops, pop-up gyms, and then Sunday markets and brunches. So again, this is what it takes to attract like a big food truck event, is to have all of those amenities in place. So in order for food truck businesses to be successful, I wanted to point out that these are small businesses, and even though they don't have the same type of overhead as sticks and bricks restaurants, they still have business costs. And they still have the same type of business costs. So when you ask a food truck to come into your community, there's a high expectation that they're going to get results and that they're going to see a minimum sales of between $800 and $2,000, and that's dependent on what type of food truck it is. So anything between a coffee truck to a sandwich cart, and then what it takes to make that is 200 to 300 customers per truck. They must have by health department standards, restrooms with hand washing stations, trash cans. The event needs to be marketed, and it needs impeccable organization. So another piece of financial consideration is ensuring that that lot is ADA compliant. It's a gravel lot, as you all know. Some parts of it become a lake in the middle of the summer, so it's not level. And so it would need some sort of leveling, as well as fencing or other safety measures. And then the potential revenue, if we were to make this type of investment, would be $28 to $72 per truck. So what this is really saying is that we don't do food trucks because we're looking to generate a lot of revenue. We do it because it's a fun event, and it's something that, it's a nice amenity for the community. But if we were to do this, what would it take if we were to do this? It would take, how do we get to, I missed a slide somehow. So I'm just going to keep talking and quit sharing my screen. So if we were to do a food truck, we would need a part-time employee, which is about $44,000 a year. We're so fortunate in our community that we have staff that are professionals and make it look easy, but there's a lot of stuff that goes in on the back end of a special event. And it takes an incredible amount of follow-up and an incredible amount of time. So it would be a part-time employee, plus we would have to invest. I apologize, I lost my slide, and so I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we would definitely have to pay for a special event permit, which is about $675 per event. It would be $350 for the fire inspector to inspect each food truck for each event. And I do want to note that $350 would be reduced by half after the first time the food truck was inspected, but the fire department has to go out every time a food truck comes into the community and ensure, safety and that they're in compliance. And I think that was it with regards to the cost. So With that, I want to answer a few other questions that council had, and speak to make a couple other points about this opportunity for food trucks in the community. I didn't survey, as I pointed out in the AB, I did not do a formal survey, but I did call the chamber and I called around to a few of our local businesses. And the feedback that I got is that they're super excited about Friday nights and the closing of Main Street. And what they want to see is a really successful Friday night event. And how do we activate? There's a lot of questions about activating Main Street. Now that it's closed, what can we do to take advantage of it? And the recommendation is not to do anything at this point on Lot E, F, and G until we do these other programs and make them really successful. Mayor Thompson asked, during this meeting, asked for recommendations for food trucks. And if food trucks are impossible, he says, what are some other ideas? So I spoke with our community event coordinator, Blaine Land, and I asked her, I said, what are the opportunities? What are the gaps? What are the opportunities for Main Street at this point? And she reported that when she met with stakeholders, that the feedback that she got were that all of their needs are being met right now with Friday night. You've got food, you've got music, you got cultural events. You basically got a Friday night party. So she did not see an opportunity for any kind of new event on Lot E, F, and G. Councilmember Aldrich also recommended that we research the North Creek food trucks as, to see what they're doing. I believe her comment was, we don't need to recreate the wheel, and I agree with her on that. But what I found out is that the North Creek food trucks is on private property owned by by Schnitzer West, one of the landlords out there, and they bring in one food truck a day or a couple times a week as an amenity, because there's not very many amenities out there in North Creek, and it's a way to attract tenants and to keep tenants at their facility in North Creek. So with that, I believe I answered, at least I hope I answered all of your questions with regards to this request. So the staff recommendation is twofold. One is that we install signage to prohibit long-term and overnight parking on Lot E, F, and G. And the second recommendation is based on the cost and the time and to produce a food truck event on Lot E, F, and G, not to mention the density of having, I know that there's some interest in having food trucks full time. I don't believe that we have, as a community, the density to support something at this time. It's not saying we won't in the future, but at this time it's not there. So the recommendation is to, I'm actually making this recommendation based on what I've heard in feedback from council in the past, is have a council workshop to determine the desired use and standards for a gateway property. So that's my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jeannie. So I guess I'm wondering if there's a potential to maybe just do a couple of food trucks for the Friday night events where we know there'll be, a lot of people. And am I understanding correctly that the problem with EF&G is the lack of like electricity and whatnot? I mean, we have had food trucks for various events and like in front of the police station. And I guess I'm trying to understand how we could maybe find a hybrid model to use this idea. I know Member McNeil brought up food trucks previously around the Friday night market, and I'm trying to figure out, is there a way to incorporate that idea?
So to the best of my knowledge, that's currently being worked on by the event coordinator. And in fact, we've had conversations because of my history in the community and conversations I've had. I actually have had a contact for Blaine for her to reach out to have a, kind of a broader list of food trucks to contact. So to the best of my knowledge, Council Member Doer, is that is in the works. It's part of your Friday night event.
Okay, thanks, because I hadn't heard that, but I know we had talked about it previously. So thanks for the confirmation.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jeannie. I thank you for the presentation, although technology wasn't cooperating too much with you tonight. So thank you for doing it. I have the reason I I've been in Bothell for a long time, so has everybody else here, and now you have this lot that's been sitting there, just in a, like you say, gateway. Perfect location that's not being utilized at all. And when we have an opportunity to leverage a city-owned and operated resource, I mean, to do good for our community, I feel like we should jump on it and figure out ways to make it work. I feel like we shouldn't make the perfect be the enemy of good. The lot, like I said, is in a prime location. It's currently an eyesore, in my opinion, and heavily misused. Adding a parking, the question I had when I saw the recommendation on the parking signage is like, who's going to enforce it at 2 a.m.? Are we going to ask police to start issuing tickets at 2 a.m. in the morning for residents? And now, or are we just going to put the sign and just leave it, put it up and forget it, and then if people are going to listen, they'll listen, which is highly unlikely. So we end up in the same situations we are in today. Oh, that's the dog. The dog responded to me. It's fine. I feel like we have an advantage to take advantage of the crowds who will come to these Friday night markets. So it sounds like that's what's being worked on now. So the food trucks or whatever, we're going to be leveraging that land as an extension for Friday night. Or is already talking about having food trucks, for example, elsewhere, closer by where the events are actually going to happen.
I think Councilmember Doer alluded to the fact that they have to be close to restroom facilities. You either have to rent the restroom facilities or have water on site. So having them up near City Hall, closer to City Hall, there's more accessible.
I get it. It's late. I get it. Yeah, I understand. Yes.
Thank you. With regards to your comments about who's going to enforce it, that's a great question. So because I have spent a lot of time on Lot E, F, and G, I know which cars are abandoned, and I know which cars are use that as long-term parking. And what we would do is use the same process that is currently being used at City Hall, which is a 3-step process, is that if they notice somebody that's parking long-term, they put a cone in front of the car and notify it. I would paper it with, some sort of notification. And, you give them 2 days notice that they can no longer park there, and they can, before you tow. And the towing is done at the cost of the owner of the vehicle. And with regards to how do you maintain that kind of, diligence and making sure that people are not parking there long-term or overnight is, I don't have an answer, Deputy Mayor, except to say that would rely on feedback from surrounding businesses and staff and just paying attention to it. But I don't have a perfect solution for that.
That sounds good. Like I said, perfect should not be the enemy of good. So in general, right, as a general concept. Like I said, we have a prime location, we have an eyesore, so it might be used. So if people don't park, so it's going to be a vacant lot that's being extremely underutilized as we wait for the cleanup, which is till 2030, my understanding, or something around that. And Main Street, on the east side is disconnected from the main street on the west side, and all that 527, all those restaurants there disconnected from the Bothell, the park at Bothell Landing. This will be somewhere in between so that you have a visual connection between all the different areas in downtown, because we have those two highways and this massive intersection that really breaks up downtown in not a very good way. So this lot would have been helpful in the short term. Food trucks was just an idea. I know I showed that as an illustration of how it could be used, and it generated some excitement of a lot of community members, a lot of people on council, also some folks on council also, maybe everybody. And it will generate foot traffic. And once you have, whatever you do there is going to generate foot traffic, and the businesses in the area are going to love the foot traffic, because that means you get more opportunities to market the food to folks. And the idea was to have something that's, not permanent, set it and forget it type arrangement that doesn't require a lot of resources. There might be some part-time, or there might be some shared thing, but if you do set it up once, you don't have to do anything. My point is that let's do something right now. We own the land, and it's going to take a while to clean up. So it's going to take a while to sell, which, for the record, I'm going to say I'm not going to vote for selling this thing, because I feel like we can do much better, create a really awesome community space that would really serve our community. We can figure out ways to generate revenue out of this, aside from this short-term selling for a few $1 million that we're going to sell, that we're going to use up. They're going to use up immediately after we sell. So that was my point. Let's do something short term. We have Friday market coming up. We have an eyesore. Let's make it more lively and connect downtown areas with the park at Bothell Landing. We can come up with other ideas than food trucks if food trucks is not a feasible idea, but I feel like we need to do something about this. The end.
Councilmember Mankey.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Jeannie, for doing all the research and looking into this. I know it's a bit of work to track all of this down. I think this idea was definitely worth exploring. I think it was an exciting idea. I think our community would have really loved it, but putting on a food truck site is incredibly difficult. I found that out last summer by bringing in some food trucks. There's just so many things that you have to have available, like the hand washing station and the restrooms, things you don't think about. I think just generally that have to be there for health reasons. So there's also the economic impact of running that food truck and making sure there's going to be the demand there for them. That's one of the biggest things I found last year, was that a lot of them want commitments from festivals, and they want you to be willing to sign a contract to pay for whatever doesn't come in. So that is something we could have faced as well. But I think, it's definitely worth exploring, and it was a good idea. In terms of what to do with the lot now, and I guess it's not really activating it, but I am supportive of the no parking signs if we have a plan for what to do with it if people are not parking there. One option maybe is to rent it to the construction company that's working across the way, and that could be a revenue generating asset for us, at least temporarily, while that construction's occurring. It's not pretty to have more cars there, but we can bring in a little bit of money during that time while we're figuring out what to do with that property. That could be one option. I don't think the police are going to be able to monitor that. We don't have anybody to go do parking enforcement. So if you don't allocate the resources to that, it's not going to turn out very well. So I think we would only do that if we had a reason to move cars off the property. Although I don't like abandoned vehicles being there either. So it's kind of hard thing to navigate through. But overall, I do like the idea of figuring out what to do with the property. Gateway design, things like that have been talked about, I think, now for a year or two. And it's time to move on that and figure out what we want that property to look like. I know we've gotten unsolicited offers, and it may be available sooner than we think. So I am in favor of doing those things, and that would be my position on that.
Councilmember Zorns.
Well, I love food truck rodeos so much, you don't even know. And so the fact that looking at the hard numbers and realizing what it was going to cost the city to put this together was a little bit of a bitter pill for me. So I am reconciled. Dollars and cents talks to me. And thank you, Jeannie Ash. As you were presenting, I was just very impressed and appreciative of all the pieces that you took into consideration. And I thought, my word, this woman must drink buckets of coffee. So any rate, I do have concerns when every time I go get my hair cut, my hairdresser will say that parked car is still down there. And I know because the grass has gotten longer in the wheel well. So I know that when you say there's telltale signs of abandoned vehicles, they're there. I would appreciate that at the bare minimum, we take care of those abandoned vehicles. The idea of getting revenue for the construction, not pretty, but it's a sensible one. But anything that we can move towards and focus our attention on getting E, F, and G sold and the Bothell Landing up and running and pulling more people in with changes and plans that we've finally implemented. I want to put for those two parts of that flank 522 and 527, I really want us to invest a lot of energy, think long game on this. So yes, I'm reconciled with no food trucks. But yes, at least do something on the level of the abandoned vehicles because they've been there for long enough.
Councilmember Alders.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Jeannie, for this presentation. You really did some thorough work and definitely got out there and learned about that lot in detail. And I don't love the news that you're bringing us tonight. I'd very much like to see some additional recommendations and opportunities of how we can better connect Bothell Landing into downtown, recognizing that I expect that this is a kind of transitory time where we're not yet ready to build the gateway development that the Imagine Bothell plan. I remember the renderings and when they were featured in City Hall, and there was a lot of excitement about creating that crossroads there and generating just excitement about people coming into downtown Bothell. And it seems like we're really far away from that. It seems like there's a lot of cleanup to be done. It's going to take a good deal of time, and that there is a desire to do something better with that site than what we're currently doing. I understand that it is a not so quiet secret in Bothell that parking is not enforced. And so by putting up signs, yes, there can be some maybe deterrent there. And I do believe that we're going to continue to have just parking challenges if we continue doing what we're doing. I'm not entirely opposed to using it as for rental income for parking for in the interim or time being as Lot D is built. But even then, we're still going to be back in the same position. We might have a plan for the gateway by then, which I would very much love to pursue. But we're going to have Lot D built and an empty lot on E, F, and G that we are not utilizing for any better purpose than trying to chase cars away out of it. And so I very much would like to see some other opportunities explored for that site in the time between now and when we can start building on it. And so I feel like there's two kinds of questions here that you're asking us. One, can we get started on envisioning what E, F, and G will look like as a gateway? Yes, please, let's do that. And two, what do we do in the meantime? And I understand that the food truck concept that you were trying to cite there was more for community events and a permanent sort of location in a district that, let's be honest, is busier than Bothell is. Not to say that we haven't seen Bothell get really busy, and just to see how we've been able to draw people in to our community and really make, you know, a day of it for folks. And I very much would like to see us pursue something like that. If it's not going to be the permanent kind of, you know, food truck installation, semi-permanent, since we're only talking about this being temporary anyway. I loved some of what you described that the District 6 was doing there, especially since you mentioned that it was a community space, that there was live music, that there was performances. And I thought, you know, farmers market, I thought the community resource fair, it's been a couple of years since we've seen that in Bothell. I think typically that was held at UW Bothell, but that seems like a really great place that if we're going to set something up and find uses for it, that it might be an opportunity to really get people involved in giving back to their community and helping the underserved by citing it in a place that is very kind of noticeable, right? Like, how many cars drive through that stretch on it every day? It's a lot. So if I could request that you go back to the drawing board and have some additional ideas and concepts for us, I would very much appreciate that. And I've talked long enough.
Councilmember Dewar.
I realized that I spoke very briefly and did not address the two questions because it was quiet and I couldn't stand it. So I agree about installing parking signs. That's simple. And I would very much like for us, I tried really hard with Lot D to push for us to take that opportunity of a gateway project, a once in a almost lifetime really opportunity to have a building of quality that would be the gateway to our downtown. And you know, we went through the entire process of going through the visual representations, preference, I guess it was called the visual preference evening that we did with Director Cotterman. And then we were asked what our priorities were for selling Lot D, and we all said the most money possible, and everything went out the window. I could go into how upset I am that the consequence of that was not made clear. However, we have one more opportunity to get it right. And I think we have the time to do it right this time and do an RFP where we know what we're getting and our hands are not tied behind our backs when it comes to a developer coming and saying, this is what we're willing to give you. I think we should be saying, this is what we want and this is what we deserve, and we choose this design. I will forever be upset that we let Lot D go and did not get what we wanted, and what we envisioned. So I would very much like for us to consider an RFP process because we have the time and you know, we've still got cleanup to do and whatnot. So I'm not sure, you know, timeline wise, but it seems like that's something that we have plenty of time to do. And I as far as usage until then, I guess I lack vision. Although I will say, as I was thinking about the federal lobbyist and this idea of the gateway, I started to think about what if we had a real gateway where we had a pedestrian bridge that went from EF&G to Bothell Landing. I mean, if we're going to dream big and we've got a lobbyist to help us potentially look at real possibilities, I gosh, wouldn't that be amazing to have a pedestrian bridge from downtown to the landing? I don't know. Maybe it's a pipe dream, but I think that would be something that would be really unique for our town. Anyway, so I think with that, I've addressed everything. I do want to thank Council or Deputy Mayor Alcabra for thinking outside the box and trying to, give us an alternative or something to make that lot useful and bring in, activity and life and potential economic development. And don't be discouraged that this one didn't make it, because I'm sure there are plenty of ideas where that one came from. So thank you. All right.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll try to keep mine brief. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Alcabra, for bringing it forward. I think at least going through the process gives us a bigger view into what the possibilities could be, and hopefully we find some possibilities in the future. I am for the parking signage. I understand that the enforcement would be difficult. I agree with Councilmember Mankey. There's an opportunity for the city to get some funding from parking from the construction going on Lot D that might provide us an opportunity to do something somewhere else within the city. I think that's a great opportunity. And I am and definitely for a council workshop, as Councilmember Dorr alluded to. I think we have an opportunity to study it and ensure that this council has their voice heard on what EF and G can potentially become. So if we can get the process started for the desired use, I'd love to see that move forward. And then as far as the events, Jeannie, thank you so much for all your hard work and all the information that you brought forward to us. It was very good to hear from others, other businesses around, and hear how excited everybody is about the Friday night events. And I look forward to hopefully having those soon and engage you in Bothell Landing and our other natural assets that we have around our city. So thank you.
And Main Street, they were excited about that too. We've got cool stuff going on. Jeannie?
Before you vote, I wanted to make sure that you understand that what I'm proposing with regards to parking is that there's no overnight parking or long-term parking. So it would still allow people who have been traditionally using that, commuters and shoppers, et cetera, the opportunity to park during the day. I just wanted to make sure that you understood that.
All right. Councilmember Zorns, I love you, but I have been waiting to talk this whole time, and I'm gonna take my turn, and then I'll get you. Okay. Jeannie, you mentioned other options in your presentation. What sort of options do you think would work there to provide a benefit to the community?
So first of all, I have to say this because I can't help myself. But if you're looking to benefit the community and generate revenue, my recommendation would be to continue to support the tourism programs to bring in overnight guests, because that will generate the most multiplier effect for our community. The second is that because of the investments that the city would have to make to support some sort of community space there, the recommendation my recommendation would be to make some sort of minimum investment to make sure that it was level. I'm not even sure if we need to do that, but then offer it up to the community to use for special events. And by that I mean that I know that there was if I'm not mistaken, it was a New Year celebration last year that they were looking to do it downtown. There's all the reasons why it didn't work, but they wound up doing it in Canyon Park. So maybe that celebration could happen on that lot, some sort of festival. I mean, open it up to the public to rent or lease.
Did you look at any other options than the food trucks when preparing this agenda, Bill?
No, sir, I didn't, primarily because, like, as I said, I spoke with Blaine Land about this. We talked to stakeholders about what they wanted to see for special events in the community. And she felt pretty strongly about the fact that we are currently meeting the community's needs with the Friday night community events, because they include cultural events, music events, art, and food trucks.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's other things we can do than special events. And like, I really appreciate what the deputy mayor kind of brought forward, is just trying to figure out how to use an underutilized space. And, you know, I didn't hear from him like we have to do a food truck rodeo, as much as I heard like what is practical for us to do on this space. And I guess I was hoping to have a little bit more of that conversation tonight. I know we have a skate park somewhere at a barn in the Parks Department. No, is it gone? Oh, that's sad. You know, something like that. I mean, we could, I don't know if we can dig in the dirt, but we could have volunteers put a pump track in. Like there's things that we can do that aren't special events as well. And I'm literally pulling these things off the top of my head right now because I haven't prepared anything on this. Another question for you is the requirement for a fire inspection every time we have a food truck come in. Is that a state requirement or is that our rule?
No, it's a state requirement.
Okay.
It's a state requirement.
Okay. I love the fact that we talked about, you know, Main Street and a really cool space that we have to activate there. When, I guess, are we going to hear back from staff in terms of like ideas, in terms of how to activate that space and like what to do with it? I know that we had talked about, you know, ADA spots were a big thing for the community, things like that. And I know this isn't what we're talking about tonight, but you did bring activating that up. So I was just curious if we have a schedule for actually doing something there.
So the feedback that I would provide on that is that we have an upcoming meeting. I'm not sure if it's scheduled yet, with the downtown businesses to discuss Main Street. And my recommendation is let's hear from them, primarily because making a successful projects on Main Street is going to require some of their engagement, similar to last summer or prior summers when they, as a group, invested in flowers for Main Street. So my recommendation would be is that we have the downtown meeting with the chapter and the town and have that discussion then and get creative about how to activate Main Street.
Okay. And then maybe we'd come up with some ideas after that meeting, or would we just rely on them for the ideas?
No, it would be a conversation.
Okay.
With all involved.
Okay. In terms of the parking, this might surprise some people watching. I really don't love the idea of taking something away without replacing it with something else. Like, and if we have this lot that's just sitting there empty, I mean, an empty dirt lot is not great to look at. If you throw some cars in there, it's still not great to look at. I don't see much of a difference, to be honest with you. I would love to do something small, give the community something back, but it doesn't sound like we have any realistic ideas of how we could possibly do that.
With regards to parking, Mr. Mayor?
No, with regards to EF&G in general, like I'd like to do something, any small thing that would be a benefit to the community with it. But lacking that, I don't understand why we wouldn't let people park there. I mean, I'd like to, you know, get the cars that have been there for 6 months out. Like, I don't want this to be the dump, but if people park there overnight, I guess I don't see that as being vastly different than the dirt lot.
So my recommendation would be that, first of all, I love the creative thinking and I love the passion about wanting to do something with this site. It is underutilized. There's no question about it. But so my recommendation would be is that this is a perfect opportunity to hear from the community. Whatever we do there needs to be temporary because you're going to do something permanent in the future. And there's probably going to have to be some sort of investment from the city to make the lot safe because it is right on 522 and ADA accessible. That's just that's just a beginning. Also too, I don't know if you realize, but there's 2 driveways on that lot. One of them is owned by the city. That's the one coming off 522. And the other one is coming off Main Street. We don't own that driveway. That's private property. So it's never been a problem, but we need to be aware of it and we need to be respectful of it. So my recommendation is to meet with the community. I'm not sure in what shape, form, or format, but ask them what they want to see.
Okay. Aaron, did you have something to say?
I was just going to add that we have a lot going on. We really do. And I think Jeannie's being humble and she's being accommodating. I think the item that's coming up after this is likely to result in some workload for her. And I know our Parks and Recreation Department is really focused on bringing the Friday night events to fruition in this first year. So I would ask that we focus on the long-term vision for EF&G and try to, because it will come up before we know it, that it will be ready for beneficial use, for long-term beneficial use. And I just don't really feel like we have the capacity to be looking for other ideas to utilize it in the meantime. And then in response to your question about Main Street activation, my recommendation would be that discussion occur along with budget, because we'll need to talk about what resources council wants to put towards Main Street and do a little bit of visioning during that process would be my recommendation.
No, and I wouldn't have brought it up if it hadn't been brought up. So I get that too. Thank you. Councilmember Zorns.
Thank you, Jeannie. I don't want to rabbit trail in on another thing to do. It's part of the enthusiasm for the food trucks there was that it would draw attention to our pop shops there. And I'm grateful that we are doing our visitor center down closer to that. I think that's going to help, move circulation down towards that end of Main Street, which is going to be super helpful. May I ask, as a brief segue, how our pop shops are doing?
They're doing as well as all the other retail in downtown Bothell at this time of the year. It depends on whether the sun is shining.
Great. Okay. Well, that's good to know. So yeah, that was one major enthusiasm on my part, was that it was including them more directly. My other question is that if we do no overnight parking, what happens to the SHAG vehicles? Because SHAG is taking a big impact right now with the construction, across the street, just trying to manage how they get residents in and out of the building. So do we want to add that to their plate as well as finding a new place for them to park their vehicles? It's just a hypothetical question.
I'm trying to answer this in a way that is palatable. And my response is that they are a private business and that their parking problems are not
our problems.
Thank you. Thank you, council member.
Well, I still want to be sensitive about not making it difficult for them, because we have other things going on. So I guess my highest priority would be to get the abandoned, like the mayor, get the abandoned vehicles out. And overnight parking, I'm not too as invested in it, but I will leave that to other opinions as well. So thank you again for all you've done on this.
I apologize. My headset just died because we're 4.5 hours in. So hopefully you can hear me now. Can you get a thumbs up? Okay, cool. I can't hear you. I'll fix that later. Just wanted to throw out, again, if we turn it into a parking lot for the construction workers, that could bring revenue, which will give us lights for Main Street, flowers for Main Street, lights for the boulevard. It's just it's an opportunity to get money where we don't have it to make other areas that we want to activate more beautiful. So I'm just going to throw that out there.
I read your lips, Mayor. I don't know. I can't hear you. So I agree with Councilmember Mankey. Since we're not going to do anything more fun for the community, if we're going to keep it as a parking lot, let's get some indirect community benefit out of it. So let's figure out if we can make that happen. I don't know how long construction is going to take, but at least it's not just sitting there and being taken advantage of.
Councilmember Zorns.
I will third that. So I don't know if fourth person wants to leap in and weigh in on making that an small income earning for the city. But I'll be the third person to encourage us to go that direction.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, I already weighed in. I thought that was a great idea.
Do we have any idea if the construction company is even willing to pay us anything for parking there? They are?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Do we need a motion for that?
Seems like there's already council direction.
Cool. All right. Moving on then to the final agenda bill of the evening. I'm going to find it on this piece of paper eventually, I promise. 22073, update and direction on disposition of Lot P South. And Jeannie, you don't get to go too far away. And Director Cotterman is here to present as well.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I notified Aaron a couple of hours ago that I moved my departure date up from 5/13 to 5/2. So it's been nice working with all of you. Now,
Mr. Mayor, can I interject? Can we take a 5-minute break? I apologize.
Oh, sure.
We'll
take a 5-minute break. It's 10:37. We'll see you all back at 10:42.
Okay. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Boo. And there we go, on air. All right, I already called out the agenda bill, so I'm just going to turn it directly over to Mike.
Thank you, Mayor. So Jeannie and I have a brief presentation for this evening, just to give you a little bit of background and walk you through what we're calling our decision tree that was in your packet. Let me share the screen. So tonight we're talking about P South, another city-owned property in downtown. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to provide you with some background information, a little bit of the history of how we got to this point, and then walk through the decision tree to get the council's direction. That we are looking for some specific direction this evening, and then talk about what the next steps would be based on the direction that the council provides. And I think from what Jeannie and I talked about earlier today, I think I'm going to do most of the talking on this, but Jeannie's going to kibitz in and out, and we'll both answer questions as those come up. Just a little bit about the property itself. The diagram you see on the right, it's about 200 feet by 400 feet, or a little over 1.5 acres total. And assuming we get some good news on the cleanup this year, that it should be available for sale and development this year. So how did we get to this point? About 1.5 years ago, Bothell United Methodist Church approached the city with an unsolicited offer to purchase some property on the Civic Block site. And that came to the council in June of 2021. And the direction from the council at that point was to, they rejected the offer, the unsolicited offer from the church, but directed the staff to work with the church on exploring their vision and the city's vision for the downtown property, primarily the Civic Block, and see where those might be able to align. So we weren't really clear how we might do that at that point, but we continued conversations with the church. And one of the opportunities that we identified was the P South property, because at that time, Sound Transit was looking at that site for a 300 stall parking garage as part of their bus rapid transit system. And because the city had been insisting all along with Sound Transit that if they did buy the site and use it for parking, that the city would also require them to develop the entire site, not just a garage, but the entire site, to make sure that we also had some affordable housing that was part of that. And that would be under their state enabling legislation, which requires them to do surplus property at the 80-80-80 rule. And I can explain that later if anybody really wants to know what that is at this hour. Unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, depending, Sound Transit's realignment ended up deferring all parking for the system for at least 10 years. So one of the reasons that we thought that would be a benefit is that they could possibly provide the site at little or no cost to the church to develop that affordable housing as part of an overall project. So that would have saved the church some money that they could have then put toward the project in other ways. And the city would have gotten, a little bit more benefit out of that. Unfortunately, that's not able to happen because the parking is deferred. So then the church went and looked at other partners to work with on that. And they contacted Habitat for Humanity, came up with a concept they presented to the staff a couple, 2.5 months ago. We had some additional questions, some that we needed to answer and some that we asked them to pursue, really basically doing our due diligence on that. Essentially, what they presented to us, and that was in your packet this evening as well, that's attachment A. And by the way, I'm talking about the item that starts on page 47 of the packet. Their proposal, their concept was just a portion of the property. They based that on what the surplus would be from the parking garage that Sound Transit had initially proposed, not looking at the entire site. The city had always anticipated that the entire site would be built, would be planned and built as one, and that it would include the affordable housing, as I mentioned. So we went out, Jeannie and I went out and talked to Mr. Krieger from Bridge Housing, whom you heard from earlier this evening. because he had expressed interest previously in developing this site for affordable housing as well. And we had two questions. The first question being, if the church and Habitat just developed a portion of the site, the portion they were looking at, would the remainder of that site be developable or feasible for development for affordable housing or some other type of housing? And the answer was yes. The second question was, if the church and Habitat were amenable to partnering with Bridge Housing, would they be open to that and looking at it as an entire site? And the answer to that was also yes. So Mr. Krieger followed up with Reverend Joyner and the church and Habitat, and they've now formed a partnership of all three, and they're looking at doing a planning exercise and developing a concept and proposal for the entire site, though it may be built in phases. So one of the other things that we needed to answer from a staff standpoint to bring to the council for your information, because the church, as was mentioned earlier in some of the testimony this evening, would be looking for potential reduction in price of the property if the city were to sell that to them, in order to lower their cost and make the affordable housing a little more feasible. So that information is in your packet. So the price of that the city paid back in 2010 for the school district, based on a per square foot cost, because we didn't buy each parcel separately, is about $1.9 million. The cost that we have into the property so far for cleanup and legal fees is about $4.25 million in addition to the 1.9. So the city is into it for a little over almost $6.25 million so far. And Jeannie can provide some more information on that, as well as the recent offer that was unsolicited offer that was received for the property. And Jeannie, and I don't know if you want to talk to that at this point.
Just real quick, I'm sure you all are aware that property is at a premium throughout Puget Sound. So the entire time that I worked for the city of Bothell in the last 3.5 years is that there's been regular interest in Lot P South, as well as other offers, which we've turned down. The most recent offer, though, came last month from a developer who would build a market rate product. But they also, too, have relationships in the nonprofit community and would be interested in building affordable housing along with market rate housing.
So I should also mention that $4.25 million, that's to date. There are still additional cleanup and legal fees that the city will incur before we get the no further action sign off. And the city is also involved in a lawsuit currently for the contractor that basically brought in the fill that ended up having to be removed and then replaced with additional fill. So there may be some recovery of cost as a result of that, but we don't know that yet and may not know that for a while. So what we've put together is a decision tree for some specific questions that we would like to ask the council. And I'll walk through this with the council and get an answer to each question as we go through it. But just to give you a real quick overview, the first one was really about fundamental timing. You know, is this the right time to sell the property? If the council is interested in doing that. If the council is not interested in selling P South at this point, that's really going to shorten the meeting, because then we just need to know, when do you want us to come back? The second one is looking at the public benefit, revenue versus affordable, or something in between. So we've kind of, in the agenda bill, we didn't do as good a job as we probably could have in explaining that there are some blendings that could happen here. So it could be all affordable, it could be just maximized for market rate, or it could be some combination, as Jeannie just mentioned. And obviously that would affect the price as well. Third question is whether the city would be interested in selling it off in something less than the full parcel, because that will then lead into the fourth step, which is really about establishing those parameters through what provisions that we'd want to put into any kind of a development agreement. And that's whether it goes to market or whether it goes through a nonprofit or directly with Bothell Urban. And then finally, just negotiating the purchase and sale agreement. So red arrows mean if it's a no decision, that's the direction we go. A green arrow is if it's a yes decision, then that's the direction that we go. So the question I'll pose to the council, and I'll try to leave this up, Mayor, if that's okay with you. I don't know if you can still see everybody. But first question is this
as long
the
as
right?
people use the raise hand feature in Zoom instead of their cards, it works great.
Okay, perfect.
So can I interrupt here real quick, Michael?
I think you just did, Jeannie. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. If it's what I would like to do is chat with you. I know that there's a next steps process, but what I want to do is explain the difference between a purchase and sale agreement and the development agreement and what the opportunity is here before we go through the decision tree process. I think it will help. I think it will help with the decision making and help understand. So real quick, I know that I was going to do this at the last, but I'd like to interject and do this now. And basically what I want to do is explain the difference, between what a development agreement looks like and whether you take it out to market or you go the non-profit approach. And is this okay with you, Michael?
Well, I'm wondering if that would be more helpful when we get to that step.
Okay, I'm willing to wait.
Okay, well, we'll get to that step, I think, fairly quickly. So the first question then to the council is, do you want to sell the property now?
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. At this point, I think there's a lot of unanswered questions financially that I have. I've gone through the packet. I try to understand kind of where we are today, the cleanup costs, original cost of the purchase, understanding that you had mentioned a lawsuit, understanding what that end number is going to be, I think is going to be important for the city. And then also questions around what was the intent of the funds after we sold the property? What were they supposed to go towards? And then beyond that is like, yeah, we definitely want to, if we have an opportunity to create affordable housing, but do we want to maximize that housing? And yeah, we want to maximize any affordable housing that we can. So I have a ton of questions around the process and understanding where we are today, where we're going to be when we get the site finally clean, so that we don't have a bigger burden that we're addressing today.
And if I could, Mayor, if I could just respond real quick to that. So a great question, Councilmember McNeil, and I understand there are a lot of questions, a lot of unanswered questions around this. And we've, as staff, we've been operating with that, within that conundrum as well. So I think it's important to keep in mind that there are off-ramps throughout this process. So at any point during the process, the council can decide not to proceed. And the decision tonight is not selling the property. It's really about, do we proceed on the process of moving forward with all of the other steps that are necessary to sell the property, including answering all of the questions that you've asked. We're just not prepared to answer those at this time until we start to move forward. So I don't know if that's helpful at all.
Yeah, it's helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Aldrichs.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Director Connerman, for doing your last hurrah with us here tonight. and for bringing this to our consideration. I think anything that disqualifies or discourages the Bothell Urban Project from moving forward would be doing harm to our community. And my understanding from what I've heard you say is that there is a plan in creation now that Bridge is a partner. And so I would like to understand your question of, if you're asking, do we want to sell the property now? Are you saying, do we want to sell the property now? And is Bothell, because Bothell Urban is ready to purchase the property now? And that would influence my decision.
I would say that Bothell Urban is ready to pursue a purchase and sale agreement. They would still have to obtain additional funding, again, depending on what the city would want to sell it for. But most likely they would still have to obtain additional funding, and Habitat and Bridge, have experience in doing that. I should also mention that we have engaged Arch in this discussion. So they're also on board with doing something, whether it's with this project or whether it's another affordable housing developer or project, that they would be working with the city on that as well. So again, we're asking for a little bit of a leap of faith from the council this evening, because we don't have all the answers, and we won't have all the answers, and Bothell Urban will not have all the answers unless and until we start to move forward through the process. So the end game that we're trying to get to this evening is sort of which path you want us to follow. Is it the path to work with Bothell Urban specifically, or to pursue something different that may involve them? It may involve an RFP, it may involve something else, but we kind of need to know that path before we go too much further, and before we ask them to go too much further. So I hope that helps a little bit in terms of what we're trying to accomplish this evening. So we've laid it out with some fairly, black and white questions and answers here, but it's obviously not that simple. It's not that black and white.
Thank you for the clarification.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mike and Jeannie. I feel like we have to go through the whole presentation so that we can have our whole point of view. But to answer your question, the question number one, and given that if I understood you correctly, you're talking about specifically to Bothell Urban, that'll be the first consideration?
That will be a later consideration. The first consideration is just whether to proceed with the next step, which would be to talk about which direction you want us to go with it. We end up asking about whether you want us to work directly with Bothell Urban.
Oh, so in question number two, that's when you're going to ask the question about Bothell Urban, or
that'll come in question 4.
4. Oh, okay, I see.
And I should back up just a little bit. Pardon me, Deputy Mayor. I should back up just a little bit. The reason that we've put this together is we've never really had this discussion with the City Council about what you want to do with P South. The only direction or discussion that we've really had around P South has been regarding the Sound Transit proposal. So, we're kind of basing this on the direction that we've had from the council before about wanting affordable housing on that site, making sure that we're really taking advantage of that opportunity. So based on that previous direction, that presumption, we put together this decision tree that says these are the questions that we have not really asked the council before, that we need to get some clearer direction on before we take the next step with Bothell Urban or with somebody else, if that's the direction from the council.
I understand. Although number 3 isn't really a decision tree, is it? It's like,
yeah, the tree kind of, the branches kind of get clustered up there.
Yeah. I feel like we have an opportunity to act right now. We know there's a massive regional problem of affordable housing. To start, using Council Members McNeil's regional. So we have a regional problem, and Bothell hasn't contributed too much to solving that problem. We have some solutions, not really, and we have a solution that's being presented to us right now. And we have a property that's almost there. We have all the money we spent, the $6 million or plus or minus that we spent already. I mean, that's all sunk costs that finance courses would tell you, like sunk costs should not be considered in future investment decisions. So I feel that's an investment decision we have to make. I feel like we need to do to answer number 1 and number 2B. That's my, before we get to number 3. So that's my to answer your question directly, because we have a major housing crisis. We need to start, inching towards a solution to that crisis.
Okay.
Right now.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
This is the most confusing tree I've ever seen. Because I feel like the question really is the proposal from Bothell Urban, but it takes me 4 steps to get to that point. So you're asking just steps 1 and 2 for now?
Sure. However far you want to go with it.
Well, okay, I'll go all the way.
We thought the council might want to know a little bit more before we got to that question, but if the council wants to leap right to that question, we can leap to that.
No, I'm trying to obey the rules here, but I'm asking for clarification. So, yes, LP South. Yes, maximize affordable housing. I have a question about 3 because there's no option for selling part of it. So,
well, actually, there's a red and a green arrow. So in either case, we go to step 4.
Oh, got it. Okay.
It just changes what we would put into the development agreement.
Okay, and I guess I'll wait to comment on 3, 4, and 5 till we get there.
Thank you. Thanks for humoring me.
Councilmember Zorns. Councilmember Zorns, do you need a minute? Should I have Councilmember Mankey go first?
Oh my goodness, that was so weird. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Oh my goodness, all of a sudden the whole thing I'm tied to the wall and everything. Sorry about that. First, Mike, we went through we're still in a grieving process about leaving, you going to Bellevue. And then I got a call from another municipality upset that we have one of their planners coming here. So turnaround is fair play. So any rate, but I hope Bellevue treats you well. And if not, you need to tell us about it. So, because we'll all come down there and we'll just, wag our finger. Anyway, so we're looking at I like your tree.
Thank you.
And I wanna go down, I wanna do the process. And we have been, Bothell Urban has done a fantastic, thoughtful job of coming together with something that they think is going to serve the community. But then again, I look at what we have invested into P South, and the big holes that we have in our city budget. Things like we need to get our asset replacement up to speed. That's $4 million right there. P South, a sale of P South would help us plug some of those big gaps in. So my question to you is, I know Bothell Urban is hoping for a sweet deal. Bridge housing, how much are the players? And you said Arch might be part of this. How close can the players come to not being competitive for maximum value on the property, but to make something that the city can go, yeah, we can live with that? I mean, can they come to the table with some cash or some money that can help us recoup some of what we've invested into this property?
That is certainly a possibility, and that will be up to the council to decide where you want to set that price. So that will come later on in the process, not tonight, but as we move forward. If the direction is to work with the Bothell Urban team, that partnership, and then we'll have additional discussions with the council about where, what do you want to recoup? Do you want to offer a discount, or do you not want to offer a discount? Because you're not required to, but you can. And I think that's where the back and forth would occur with the project, the proposal.
Right. And we're not, our city in the past, none of the current council members were part of this, but our city in the past, put us under severe obligation for meeting the needs of this city. And we're not in a financial position as one of our neighbors is, where it's easier to just be magnanimous, too many syllables for that, benevolent with our assets. We have to be good stewards here. So what is the right balance? And if you're saying that the players can come to the table with some discussion in the purchase price, then I'm okay with moving forward on talking about selling the property. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mankey.
I have some questions that are similar to Councilmember McNeil about what was the intent of the property sale proceeds originally. It's kind of lore at this point, given that nobody was here back then, but I've heard rumblings that it was supposed to be used for the $3 million per year payment for the city hall. So it'd be nice to know what the original intent was when this whole thing was set into motion. We probably can't get that tonight, so I will say yes, I think we should sell P South. I think we should sell all of the properties. I think we all want a completed downtown. We don't want vacant lots. We want clean lots that are being developed and made into great things. So yes, I do think we should sell P South. It's getting a lot of attention at this point. I do believe we should maximize affordable housing. It's sorely needed, and we don't have a lot of it. So I would like to see affordable housing on this lot. I do have a question though about the property tax on this lot. I know one of the big concerns with Sound Transit was that they would no longer pay property tax on this lot in perpetuity. And I know that there are exemptions for religious organizations, but my understanding is that the housing on top would still pay taxes. I'm wondering about the affordable housing units, if they're going to be, a private developer developing these units, would that part of the parcel also be contributing property taxes as well?
So the answer to thank you, Councilmember. That's a question that we had as well. And the best answer I have for you at this point is it depends. There are different tax laws in the state. Department of Revenue makes some determinations about that. So my understanding is that for the habitat portion of the project, at least, because those would be units that would be for sale, so they would be privately owned, that those would pay property taxes just like any other, condominium project. Basically, is what we'd be talking about there. The other piece of it really depends on the percentage of the units that are affordable at a certain level. But what we heard from Bridge Housing when we posed that question was typically what the affordable housing developers do is they make sure that they cross that threshold so that they don't have to deal with the uncertainty of the property tax issue, so that they most likely would not then be subject to property tax.
Okay. I mean, I'm not saying we should or we shouldn't just based on property tax alone, but it is a consideration. If it was a consideration for a parking garage, it should be a consideration for anything moving forward. So I think that is something that would be helpful to know as we're looking at this. So I think that those are my main questions. I know there was a question that I posed via email, and it came back that the property, based on the sale price for Lot D, where we were maximizing just revenue on that property, Lot P, if priced at the same square footage, would be about 8.2 million at market value. So I know that's rough, of course, but knowing how much we're going to sink into it overall in terms of our original purchase price plus cleanup plus legal fees would also be helpful to know when we're negotiating a contract for purchase. There's money. It's hard with money, right? Because we want to do good for our community, but we also have to, as Councilmember Zorn said, we have to steward what we have. And there's probably some break even somewhere where we do a little over here, a little over there, and we get good on both sides. But I think we need to be very aware of those things, and we need to make sure that we're looking at everything in totality. So yes to one, and I do believe we should maximize affordable housing for two.
Thank you. And I think the challenge for the council here is going to be really balancing that, what's the maximum public benefit that the council would like to get out of this. And the benefit can come in the form of those additional revenues, as has been mentioned, to help with some of the city's financial situation. There's also a public benefit to providing affordable housing. And it's hard to put a dollar amount on that, so it's not necessarily apples and oranges. So I think that's really the challenge that the council is going to have in terms of balancing where that price needs to be. And what we're trying to do from a staff standpoint is just to give you the best information we have about at least what the city's costs are for that property as a consideration. It doesn't mean that the city necessarily has to recover those costs, but certainly if you do set a price that's below that, you want to be able to understand what's the city giving up in terms of dollars, and how does that weigh against the public benefit of having the affordable housing. So I don't envy you that decision, but that's really what the council is going to be facing with this. And to get back to your earlier question about what was the original intent, and Councilmember McNeil's question, I wasn't around for that, so I don't know what the original intent of the purchase of the property or the sale of the property, how those proceeds were intended to be used. I've heard the same, that it was about retiring the debt on the City Hall building. I don't know if that's the case. Erin may know. I think she may have been here for some of that, but we can look into that some more as well. But I do know that on all the other parcels that we've done so far, there's been a discussion on each parcel at that time by the council. So for example, on Lot A, where the Imagine Housing project is going to be built, the appraisal came back at about $1 million. The city sold it for $750,000. The decision was made, because of the affordable housing aspect of it, that $250,000 wasn't as critical. And we're talking about a smaller amount of money too, obviously, so that weighs into it as well.
Yeah, I think that parcel too is also a lot more challenging, and we subdivided off the contaminated part to continue caring for it. So
yes,
I know that was a little bit of a different situation, but yeah, I think it's a tough thing, and having more data and more understanding of what the original design was around everything would be really helpful.
And we can look some more into that as we move forward in the process.
I don't want us to, I guess, the pendulum swing to the other side. On Lot D, we went for maximized profit, and we got something we didn't necessarily like in the end. We got some good money out of it, but the design, we sacrificed something on the design side. I don't want us to swing completely to the opposite side and not bring in some revenue for this property. I think there's a balance, so I'll leave it there, and I'll yield it back to whoever's next.
Thank you.
I think it might be my turn. Sell the property right now. Yes, absolutely want to continue having the conversation, primarily because we've got a community partner that's interested in doing something that benefits the community, which is really cool and really rare. And I'm super excited that we have them. Big picture, we've all, I think, to some extent expressed regret over valuing one-time dollars as opposed to decades of what gets built. And I think it's really easy for us to talk about cost in terms of dollars right now. The cost I'm more concerned with is what we live with. We just got done with budget sessions in which we were told we're flush with one-time money. If we've got one-time money right now, I don't want to sacrifice the next 50, 75 years of what gets built there for more one-time money. So I would say with 2, I'm 2B, but I feel like calling it affordable housing is a little bit narrow. If you go through and read what they're looking to do, it's a community gathering space. It's a place for people to get back on their feet. It's partnership with the community court. all done by people who live here, who are part of the community, who are active, who are involved. That's really cool. So like, yes, like we want to maximize affordable housing, but like this isn't just about affordable housing, and I don't want to forget that. And I will stop there because that is the scope of what we're talking about in steps 1 and 2.
And that's a very good point, Mayor. Thank you for bringing that up, because we didn't really talk about that. And we're oversimplifying some of the questions here just to help to get through the different steps. But that is an important aspect to it as well. The other thing that, as I said, we didn't describe very well in the agenda bill, but there is something in between here too, which is you can go out to market because the city owns the property. We could require affordable housing as part of that development. That would affect the sales price, but that's another option as we move forward on that. So, but what I'm hearing generally, and correct me if I'm wrong, is there's general consensus around focusing more on the affordable housing than maximizing the revenue. And where we end up in terms of what the actual revenue would be, what the cost would be, that's to come later. So for the next one, I think I'll try to keep this one as simple and straightforward as possible. From a staff standpoint, we're not making a recommendation to you this evening, except on this item, which is we think it really should be just one parcel, because it increases the flexibility of what you can then plan on the site. It also, regardless of which direction we go, it maximizes the return, potential return, as far as the sales price on the property, if that becomes a factor. So if I can suggest, if no one objects, we'll just assume that we're selling it as one parcel.
I have one question about this. So we've obviously had the Bothell Urban team working for, on the, little corner of the lot right there. I would just say, depending on what the end proposal looks like, I mean, we do have the option of selling that to Bothell Urban and going out to the market for the remaining portion. And I'd also very much prefer not to, but I don't necessarily want to make that go away right now.
And that could always change later when we get to actually developing when we put together the development agreement. The council could could change its direction at that point, depending on what proposals are there.
Yeah, I mean, if the proposal is, you guys, we'll buy, this portion for that much, and you guys can pay us $5 million to take the rest of it, then I'd want to have a conversation about that. But totally happy to, as of right now, go just one property and work with Bothell Urban.
And my understanding from a conversation I had with Mr. Krieger is that they are proposing it as one project, though it may be built in phases. So it would use the entire site and be purchased as a single parcel. Then they might divide it up, once they've purchased it.
Okay, Councilmember Zorns.
I am totally fine with them dividing it and putting it into phases as they go along. I really want it to be one parcel because if we divide it into two parcels, I'm looking at what would be left if we were to go with their current plan, which is a great plan. But the amount of property that it leaves left over on Lot P South, I can't see as being a helping us to compensate the money that we've invested into P South as a sum total, in a significant way. It's not even an acre that would be left. So I am totally fine with it going as one parcel and them doing it in phases.
Councilmember Alders.
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to preface my comments by saying that I completely understand where staff is coming from and wanting to sell it as one parcel. Given just the workload of our city and our staff, that is absolutely a logical step. And I'm going to speak idealistically here, that Director Cotterman's like, when don't you? I also want to just describe an opportunity that we have here with the remainder of that lot to address one of the longest standing barriers to intergenerational wealth that we know exists in our country. And that is when we stopped subdividing big lots and just selling to one developer, we stopped allowing small, like families and small businesses from having a small owned piece of land and property. I'm going to cite an example of my next door neighbor who for many, many years has owned the land that a business has sat upon. And it's just one small lot for one building. And we are finding that like she's clearly of a very different generation than me. We're finding that is becoming less and less possible because of our land use decisions. That there could be, had we the bandwidth and the will, an opportunity to divide the remainder of that parcel into lots of little places where people can build, live, work, where you can get, you know, the old kind of pre-World War II city vibe of each building is owned by a different person, different family, and they're able to build intergenerational wealth and pass that down. And so I'm not seeing that even as an option here. And I just want it to be said and known that that is the type of opportunity that we're passing up when we make decisions like selling something into one parcel. And that's just reality. Now, what I may be hearing here is that there's a chance perhaps that this partnership with Bridge and Arch and Bothell Urban could maybe subdivide it later, like even if they built in phases, that they could possibly create that potential future where there are where that large lot is then divided into smaller lots so that there could be affordable commercial space for where instead of always being a business always being tied to a landlord and paying rent or a lease on their location, that they would actually be able to own their location. Is that something that I'm hearing here? Have you heard talk from the partnership that they're considering something like that in the future?
I always appreciate your idealism, council member. In this instance, the reality is I don't see that happening on this particular site. So I think what you're talking about could be, in terms of commercial space, there could be commercial space divided up on the ground floor that would provide some of that space. And that could be something that the council puts into the development agreement, that, you know, we would want that commercial space, certain amount of that commercial space to be available to be affordable, I should say, you know, to smaller retail operations or that type of thing. But in terms of dividing the property up, from what I've heard from the proposal so far, is I don't think that's what's being contemplated.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Mm-hmm.
So with that said, I just needed to say it. I do support selling it as one parcel at this point in time, especially given the opportunity that it could be developed in phases, and that we could be patient with you know, the people that we're partnering with as they get it the whole proposal completed and realize the vision that they're working towards.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. I am supportive of selling it as one parcel, but I do think, since we don't know what the financial agreements, I think there should be some flexibility in case there needs to be some negotiation over what they can afford to pay and what we're willing to take. That would be my only caveat, is because we don't really know what that looks like, I wouldn't want it to be set in stone. So that's my only comment about the one parcel.
Thank you.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you. Also supportive of the one parcel. I would have some concerns and want to make sure that during the development process, we have language in there that does not allow the subdivision and sell off of property. It's important to ensure that, you know, if we're going to sell the property and give concessions for it, that as we move forward with the project, that it has the best intentions for affordable house piece or whatever we're moving it forward for. So just want to make sure that we've had some properties in the past that we've had that happen on. And so I just want to make sure that we're addressing that as well.
That's a great point, Councilmember McNeil. And I think that unless there are other questions or comments on that, that would probably be a good segue into what Jeannie was going to talk about in terms of the difference between a development agreement and the purchase and sale agreement.
Thank you, Director Cotterman, formerly Director Cotterman, City of Bothell.
Still Director of Bothell. Thank you.
So I'm going to be very fundamental here in my explanation with regards to what the opportunity here is for City Council. So first of all, just to be very clear, is that a purchase and sale agreement will define the sale process only. You know, the terms of the agreement, contingencies, you know, price, earnest money, you know, when do they close, those kind of things. But the development agreement is where your real opportunity is as a council. The development agreement defines how the project will be built above and beyond Bothell's existing design and construction standards. And all properties in the City of Bothell have some sort of development agreement. For example, Lot P South already has the beginnings of a development agreement. It defines how to build, how to design and construct frontage on Popkini Way so as not to do the damage to the infrastructure we put in for Horse Creek. So council has the opportunity to decide what they want in terms of a development agreement at this point. It could be it could be, you know, architectural components. It could be directing the property to be sold with a specific type of retail. And in this case, you can decide the mix of affordable housing you want and how much housing you want, what type of affordable housing you want, as well as I've heard a lot of, over the last couple of months of working on this project, I've heard a lot of really great ideas about what could be done in the open space. So you can put that, you can make those provide that kind of direction in the development agreement. Once you have that development agreement, then we have a platform for which we can send out, whether if you decide to go the RFP route and send out an RFP to the developer community, and then we would take, you know, whatever proposals we got and analyze them based on criteria, and then bring back the, you know, the best offer to council. That same process would work whether or not we put it out to the to market rate developers, to nonprofit developers, or a mix of market and nonprofit. Also, this would, if you in the development agreement and determining how you want this project built, will also to provide some sort of platform for this this partnership to provide us an offer. Did I miss anything, Michael?
No, I think you covered it pretty well, Jeannie.
Thank you. So you know, we have a little bit of time before we have no further action, which I cannot tell you how excited I am to have a piece of property with no further action on it. We have a little bit of time before we have that, and so that might be the opportunity to determine how you want to see the site developed. or you always have the option to leave it completely open to agree to sell the property for low-income housing at a certain price, and then let the developer decide about what they want to build. Because they will go through that due diligence phase and decide what's affordable and what they can afford to build.
Councilmember Alders.
Thank you, Mayor. This is sort of to the previous point. I think I got lost in the stack. And that is the potential of future subdivision for the property, that once we no longer own the land, I would not support telling them that they are never able to subdivide it, especially if they were to have a vision that would allow small business owners to own not just the building that they work in, but to own the land underneath it. That's a hugely important part of the American dream of how intergenerational wealth has been built in this country. And if we continue to make it impossible to have the same opportunities that that some of our ancestors did living here, it means that we're not extending those same opportunities and privileges and benefits to current and future generations. And so I would be adamantly opposed to telling to tell a nonprofit church partnership that they would not be allowed to subdivide.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jeannie. This is thank you for explaining that. Always dropping knowledge on us. I like it. Thank you. I have to say, are we talking about option 4 now? We're past 3. I didn't say anything for 3 because I figured that we had no choice. So we're on 4.
Yes, we're on 4.
All right. So I would go. I would go with 4B, because again, we have, like I mentioned, we have a housing crisis. Waiting any longer, I don't feel like it's going to give us any additional information that will change our mind too much from trying to build affordable housing. Again, I feel like the money we spent in finance, that's called sunk cost, and should not being taken into consideration for future investment decisions. We just heard earlier, community transit is having their bus routes through downtown, through that area. We know Sound Transit is having plans. We know Metro has plans. So transit is happening over there, and like very soon. So the sooner we get going on a project, especially that's targeting, I think the 60-80 habitat, for example, AMI, that is, we should act on it right now, because people need housing right now. And I feel like we are going to be extremely good stewards if we actually try to solve the housing crisis we have right now, instead of trying to maximize our one-time income that we're going to not have anymore, versus having a much longer term impact way beyond our lifetimes. So 4B.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. I am also in favor of 4B for a few reasons. First of all, I love the vision of what Bothell Urban has presented to us. I love that I feel like I can trust these partners because they are our neighbors, and they're coming at it from a community lens. They want to partner with us. They've talked about community spaces, community court. I can't imagine a situation that could be more beneficial to our community than to have not just affordable housing, but affordable housing ownership and all of these potential partnerships with the city. As far as community space, that's mind blowing. And like I said, to know these partners, I mean, they're working with the church is working with, well-known entities Arch and Habitat for Humanity, how could we really ask for more? And so, in short, I'm inclined to go with 4B. They've already put in a ton of work, and I'm excited to see where this could go. I think it's just it's a game changer for Bothell, really.
And just to clarify, I mentioned Arch earlier. We've brought Arch in more as a technical advisor on this in terms of how the affordable housing might work, particularly with the different partners that are involved. And then certainly Arch would be a potential funding source, but they would not be an actual partner in the development.
Oh, okay. Well, they're working on it. And then I forgot to mention Bridge. I mean, they certainly are experts in the field of affordable housing, and so that carries a lot of weight for me as well.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you. I actually am looking at this from a different lens, and that is, first and foremost, I think it's an amazing opportunity to have a community member willing to put together this project. And after reviewing their proposal, I think it's amazing. I think the direction they're going is a great opportunity for our community. But one of the things that I heard earlier tonight was from Councilmember Brewer was the lost opportunity on Lot B. And being part of the process of making that decision brings me back to, what is it going to hurt? I mean, we could still go down this path of 4B, but what is it going to hurt if we ensure or make sure from our community standpoint that we're part of the development agreement and what that development agreement looks like? Councilmember Aldrich spoke earlier about not being able to subdivide and not supporting that. But the one thing that I think about is when we sell or give land at discounted rates or partner with public-private partnerships, it's important to realize that the public at some point has actually paid for that land. And so it's important that we ensure that we're being fiscally responsible and that we don't give a gift, a reduced price for something, and that the developer or somebody down the road finds, well, I can't develop that, so I'm going to go ahead and sell it. And then they're basically profiting from the land that we sold. And we have in the past seen that happen on some of the properties that we sold at reduced rates just to get them developed. And so I want to ensure that we're thinking positive. And when we're talking about affordable housing, the ultimate goal is to reduce the barrier to create affordable housing. And I think having the conversation about best use, the maximizing of that property and the potential for property, whether it be subdividing now or later, I think this council has a profound opportunity and obligation to our community to make sure we are involved and engaged 100% and not just rely on, regardless of the partner within our community, them to make the decisions. I believe it is our job and our responsibility as council members to ensure that we're part of the process and moving forward for our community. So I am making sure that it's very clear. I do support the group. I do support their vision, but I want to be part of the process to ensure that the development agreement is written in a way that is supportive of not only of their group and their mission and their vision, but also of our community.
Thank you, council member. And just to clarify, the council would have to approve the development agreement. And I would anticipate that staff would come to you with some parameters to include in that and get the council's feedback on it before that was finalized. And then in what the situation you're talking about and the situation that Councilmember Aldrich is talking about, I don't think those are mutually exclusive. And maybe I'm being the idealist here, but I think it's possible to put in the safeguards that you're talking about, because I know that the instance you're speaking about where the city sold the property and then it was flipped and by the purchaser, and they made a profit on it when that was not the intent of the city for that development to happen that way. So I think there are ways to put the safeguards in, but still provide a vehicle for the type of situation that if the developer wants to subdivide the property to create those affordable, and I think that would be a stipulation that they could subdivide it if those were affordable. I think there's a way to work both of those in there.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Aldrich.
Thank you, Mayor. I am not intending to double dip on this one. This is me answering the questions about 4. My previous statement was about 3. That said, I also support the proposal to go forward with 4B. And Jeannie, I'm not trying to overshadow your questions about the types of the conversation that we could have about key provisions for the development agreement. Is that are you wanting us to share anything about that tonight, or is that going to come back to us at another time?
No, my request would be is that you have that conversation another time and we incorporate it as part of the development agreement. And as Michael said, it would come back to council with your approval. And it was also to be in collaboration with the partnership on what their vision is. I think the key is that in a development agreement, that becomes part of the contract. And so if you stipulate that you want something built in that development agreement, it must be built. And so that becomes important to understand for the developer when they're doing the due diligence and putting together a proposal about what's financially feasible. I think my biggest concern, and this is just me personally, is that oftentimes we have contracts and we get proposals from people who have really great ideas, and then they get down the path and they're not for whatever reasons, they're not financially feasible. And so that opportunity is lost. So if there's things that you feel very strongly about what you want to see, what you want this property to look like, or what you want it to include, then and how you want it constructed, then it becomes part of the development agreement. Again, that's something that we can collaborate with the partnership on, because as well as working with you.
Great,
Jeannie,
thank you. I look forward to those conversations. Go ahead, Mayor.
Just say one thing for quick clarification. So basically kind of all the stuff that we're talking about right now about what could happen in the development agreement, that's like a couple steps down the road, and we're going to do all of that and have all of those conversations, correct?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Councilmember Mankey?
I guess that leads me to the question of, do we need to discuss 4 if it's a down the road item?
And I think we've received some feedback already, so that gives us some ideas of some of the things you might want to include in there. But there will be a further conversation. We didn't anticipate trying to answer all those questions tonight, or we'd be here till Thursday.
Okay, I would just throw in, like, as far as what I'd like to see in a development agreement, obviously that link to the community court services that are available for the community court to use. It's in the pitch. I'd like to see that in the agreement as well. And then Carrie Westerbeck, if you're still listening, look into that idea of having a market hall on the first floor if there's retail space. That idea has been around in Beauport for a couple of years at least, and I think it's unique and it's a fun idea. And if it pencils, that'd be cool to see in that agreement as well. So just my 2 cents on that.
Thank you. So,
all right. I have a couple things to say.
Sorry, Mayor.
No, you're good. I just want to say, like, I assume people from the Bothell Urban team are still watching. Like, we're so lucky to have a faith community that wants to do something just to make the world a better place right here in Bothell. Like, and as we hem and haw over the details and the ramifications, like I don't want that to get lost in all of this. Like we've been working with them for 1.5 years. They've been super patient. There have been other opportunities that they could have taken, and they're sticking it out with us. And I really appreciate that. I would want to know, what could they do with more floors? Could we get more affordable housing? Could we make the property worth more? I'd be really curious kind of what that looked like and what the options would look like if we granted them more floors.
And thank you, Mayor, for mentioning that. I forgot to bring that up. So that is something that Reverend Joyner has mentioned. in terms of the project on the habitat portion. That under House Bill 1377, the city can grant additional density to properties that are owned by a religious institution. And that is something that's typically negotiable. So that could be part of the development agreement as well, or in additional conversations with them. Mr. Krieger from Bridge Housing indicated that that would probably not be something that they would be pursuing, but he didn't rule out the possibility either. I think in terms of looking at the overall package, that could be offered probably to the rest of that site, as long as we're meeting the requirements under 1377. But just the city could also do it on its own too. So there are different ways that could be pursued. And in fact, that is something that we did talk to previous councils about way back when we were looking at the future opportunities for this site. Is would the council be amenable to increasing the height in order to put a mandatory provision for development of affordable housing on the site? So, and that was a yes at that time. So still on the table.
More affordable housing is good, right? Like, I'm in for that.
It just depends on whether it pencils in terms of the development itself. And that's something that Habitat and Bridge are going to be expert at and be able to tell us.
Well, I would love to know kind of what their parameters are and what would make sense for them in terms of just more floors. Last comment is, it's really cool when pastors give public comment. Like toward the end of Pastor Kim's public comment, like I wanted to shout amen. I was like, dang, that's good. Anyway, I'm going to try to take lessons and get a little better. And that's all I've got. For Behee, I really want to see what they can put together for us.
Okay. So I think that pretty much answers 5 then in terms of, moving forward on the purchase and sale agreement. So our last slide. So in looking at the nonprofit approach, and you mentioned, Mayor, that the Bothell Urban team has been very patient, and I do appreciate that. They have been very patient with us. They've also been pushing us, and we understand that. They're anxious to get something done, but I also want to be very realistic about the time it takes to do these things. And we wanted to make sure that we went through a public, transparent process with the council, because as I said, we really didn't have this discussion previously with the council about P South. And it was important that we get some clear direction from the council on this before we just jumped into negotiating something with the Bothell Urban team. I would also point out, and I know Reverend Joyner and the team does not want to hear this, but the rest of the process will also take some time. This does not happen overnight. The last one that was negotiated, I think, took a year, 2 years. We hope not to take 2 years on this. I think we've got a good partnership going, and we want to continue to build on that. But there is additional time involved to come up with a development agreement and purchase and sale agreement, and they need time to get their funding in order and to fully develop their concepts as well. So Jeannie mentioned that we need to finalize the cleanup. We can go forward at this time. Ideally, we would have that no further action or NFA letter. So that would make the whole process a lot more streamlined and easier to do. We will be working with the council and getting additional direction on drafting that development agreement. And that then starts the negotiation process with the Bothell Urban Partnership. The other option that we had is, if you still want to go the nonprofit approach and not deal specifically with Bothell Urban, or make them go through additional process to see what other possibilities or proposals might be out there, then we'd issue an RFP. But what I'm hearing this evening is that that's not the route that the council would like to go. We want to start dealing directly with Bothell Urban specifically, and see how far we can go down the path, hopefully all the way with them. So that's what we had for you this evening.
So just to add to Director Cotterman's comment about time, the next step would be, from a staff perspective, is to receive a proposal from the collaboration. We've not received a proposal yet. And in that proposal, what they would do is they would offer the price and then give us, kind of what their vision is for the time it will take for their due diligence and what their vision for the property. We will take that and have that drafted with the by our attorneys. And in that, we'll start working on the development agreement simultaneously. That may take some time, but I'm excited. This will be fun, she says now. Talk to me in 6 months.
And I will say, we really appreciate Bothell Urban has, they started out with a specific site and a specific project in mind. And we, from a staff standpoint, we didn't feel that we really had the ability to move forward on that site at that time. So they were willing to look at another site. And then at some point they fell in love with that site, and we were happy about that. Then when they came to us with that initial concept of just using a portion of the parcel, that was not something that we were expecting. And we asked them if they would consider looking at the entire parcel, and they have done that. They've put together the partnership. So we really do appreciate the fact that they have responded to the questions and the concerns that the staff has raised on behalf of the city. And I think it is an exciting project, and we're anxious to see it move forward and to get a project like this in the downtown. And that's all we had for you this evening, Mr. Mayor. And if I may, if we're ready to move on before you go to council conversations, if I might have a few words.
Well, I wasn't going to move on to council conversations without taking a few words myself. I am more than happy to let you go first, though.
Well, thank you. I want to say thank you, first of all. Thank you for all of your service, all of you, for your service to the city. I've been in this career for almost 40 years. Started when I was 12, obviously, but I've worked in a lot of different jurisdictions, a lot of different sizes, a lot of different issues in various roles. And I have to say, this is definitely one of the best councils, this council and the previous council both, that I've worked with here in my 4 years in Bothell, because you don't have personal agendas beyond doing what's best for the city. You may have different ideas, you may have disagreements, but you really have the city's best interests at heart. And that makes it a lot easier for staff. And I'll say that from a personal standpoint, I enjoy working with a council like that. And I've enjoyed working with all of you. This opportunity came to me. I was not seeking a change. I was anticipating, continuing my career and retiring from Bothell and looking forward to that. So this came along, and just a tremendous opportunity. It was hard to say no. And obviously I ended up not saying no to it. I did first. At first I did say no, but he kept coming back. Bothell has always been a special place for me. And I haven't shared this with too many people, but Bothell was actually the first city that I came to when I moved to the Northwest. When I drove up here from Phoenix, I came to Bothell because my friend Barbara Grace was working for the city of Bothell at the time as a planner. She and I had worked together in Phoenix, and she'd moved up here the year before. She worked for the city from 1990 until 1997, when she passed away from cancer. If you're ever walking the trail and you go by Red Brick Road Park, there's a little cutout there that's a grove dedicated to her memory, and there's a plaque there. She staffed the Landmark Preservation Board. She staffed the Shorelines Board. She worked on the comprehensive plan. She epitomized a just dedicated professional staff, which is what Bothell is blessed with today. And that has been my greatest joy, is working with this staff. I'm grateful for the opportunity to work in Bothell. It will always have a special place in my heart because of Barb and because of what we've been able to accomplish here. And I said I wasn't going to get emotional. So much for that. This is a community that cares. I have to tell you, I have never worked in a city where so many people came up to the podium to say thank you to the council, to the city staff for the work that's done. That just doesn't happen very often, but I see it happen quite often in Bothell. We have a great reputation as a city, and that's become even more evident to me just recently. Councilmember Zorns mentioned the new staff person that we've hired away from Linwood. Her name is Ashley Winchell. She's the new Deputy Director for Community Development, a position that I created out of a reclassification of Jeff Smith's position because Jeff was going to retire in June as Development Services Manager. So I reclassified that to be the Deputy Director for the department, assuming that person would then become director when I retired at some point in the future. But that's changed a little bit because Jeff, bless his heart, he was all set to retire early June. When we told him I was going to be leaving and we really would like him to stay on as acting director till we could get a new director on board, he didn't hesitate because he cares about the people. He cares about the community. He's very devoted that way. Ashley's going to be great. She's going to start June 1st. You're going to like her. She's tremendous, and she's really going to help out the staff, particularly in the comp plan area. I'm just really impressed with her, and she's going to be amazing. You're also going to fall in love with Kyle when he gets here. I had the opportunity to work with him for quite a while in Bellevue, and I can't tell you how excited I was when you chose him as your next city manager, because he's a rock star. You've got a lot of rock stars in Bothell, and I'm going to miss working with them, but I'm going to keep tabs on what's been happening. I'm rambling, and I apologize for that. I'm going to get back to what I was talking about with Ashley. When we advertised for the deputy director position, Matt Pruitt and Aaron and I talked about it, and there was concern about whether we would get enough candidates for that, particularly given, all the interims and situations that we have in Bothell. And I said, Bothell's got a great reputation, especially in exciting things that we're doing in planning. We're going to draw some really good folks. We had 29 applicants. We narrowed it down to 8, 5 of whom were either current or former planning directors somewhere in Washington state or outside the state. We had an abundance of quality candidates. Last week was my first week in Bellevue, believe it or not. And part of that was a trip that the Bellevue Downtown Association put together to Arlington, Virginia, to look at HQ2 for Amazon. Because Bellevue's, I'm going to start doing that already. You gave me a grace period where I said Bellevue too many times when I first started here. And now I'm going back to Bellevue, and I'm going to be saying Bothell for the first 6 months there. So turnabout's fair play, I guess. So Bellevue Amazon is adding 25,000 jobs to downtown Bellevue in the next 5 years. So we wanted to learn what they had been doing there. On that trip, I met a lot of especially government affairs people from major employers in Bellevue. And almost to a person, when I mentioned that I was leaving Bothell, they all had something positive and exciting to say about what they'd been hearing and seeing in Bothell. So you should know that and celebrate that. A lot of good things happening here. I mentioned the staff. As I said, this is just an incredibly dedicated professional staff. And I'm not just talking about my department, I'm talking about across the board. I know you're as tired of hearing about the lack of staff capacity as we are of telling you about the lack of staff capacity. That's very frustrating for us. When you hear resistance from us, it's not because we don't want to do the things that you want to do. It's because we just fear that we don't have the capacity, or we're going to burn people out. I think we're very, very close to the situation where We either have to stop doing certain things in order to do the other things that we want to do. We're going to burn staff out, and I know you don't want to do that either. Or somehow we have to come up with additional revenues to start building the staff to the level that it should be for a city of this size. And it's not just about the size of the city, it's about the things that we're doing as a city. We have a project going on right now in North Creek that's almost 1,000 dwelling units in one project. That's unheard of. But that's happening. And that's just one project. We have projects going on throughout the city. And the need is not just in community development, it's across the board, because we can't succeed in community development without a human resources department to be able to hire and manage the benefits of the staff that we have. We can't do all of the land use work without legal support. I could keep Robbie busy full time. And Paul knows that, and probably gets a little irritated with me sometimes because I do monopolize a lot of his time. Same in finance, same in IS. These are internal departments, but we can't do the work that we do in the externally facing departments without that support. And it's getting harder and harder to ask them for that additional support. So I would really implore you to, as you go through this budget process, there are a lot of needs, and I know that it's tough. And I know there are always difficult decisions to make about that. And it's always a little bit scary to take on additional staff because we know there's going to be a down cycle at some point. But I'm afraid that we're just going to start burning out staff if we don't start to staff up to the level that is, I believe, is really necessary for Bothell to go to that next level. I've often described Bothell as a small city becoming a medium-sized city, dealing with big city issues on a small city budget. Bothell is going to soar, but somehow we need to find the resources to be able to make that happen. There's a lot of exciting things that the city is going to do. So that's my pitch. Most of all, I just want to say thank you. I am truly grateful for the opportunity that I've had to serve the community, to serve the council, and to work with this an amazing staff. And especially Erin as the interim city manager and what she has done. You couldn't pay me enough to do the job she's done. So thank you for that. And I've gone into Wednesday. I apologize. But
I don't think anybody begrudges you that. So no stress.
Thank you.
I'm going to go and I'm going to let Councilmember Dewar wrap it up. Mike, just thanks. I mean, I know I haven't been here a super long time, but I've always enjoyed working with you, and I am bummed that you're leaving. Bellevue's getting a good one, so that's good because they're not too far away. But no, just, I mean, same to you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Excited that you have that cool opportunity, and we'll miss you, but we won't be too far away. Councilmember McNeil, did you have something to say?
Michael, I just wanted to say thank you for your service to the community of Bothell. You're not going too far away in Bellevue. Your impacts around this region are just amazing. And I continue to look forward to watching you work and do the great work that you do on behalf of our region. And I look forward to some point reaching out and maybe having lunch or something with you. But you've had a major impact in our community, and thank you so much on behalf of our community.
All right, Councilmember Dewar, bring us home.
Well, I raised my hand because I didn't know if you were going to sneak off, and I didn't want the opportunity to go without thanking you. I still mess up your name. It's not, you can't leave until I actually get it right. First it was, does he like Mike or does he like Michael? And is it Cotterman or Catterman? I still haven't learned, so it's not fair that you're leaving.
If that's why I stayed places, I wouldn't have left home. I mean, it just, I still have friends from my childhood who'd never pronounced my last name correctly.
Well, I totally understand. I'm in the same boat. No, I want to thank you for your service. You truly brought the community development department to a new level when you came to Bothell. And it was very evident from the beginning that we were dealing with a true professional. And thank you for putting up with council members who didn't always know what they didn't know and were endlessly ambitious and impatient. But sure do appreciate all of your service and for what you've done for the Bothell community, and wish you all the best luck in working with our friends in Bellevue. And I'm hoping we'll see you around.
I'm sure you will. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure which one of us you were referring to with that description, but the shoe fits on a few feet around here. Mike, I mean, hi. Mike, thank you so much. Really appreciate it again.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And with that, we will move on to our final item on the agenda, which is council conversations. Councilmember Mankey.
All right, I got three things. I'll be real quick. First one, I just wanted to express support for the study that Councilmember McNeil talked about during the committee reports. I didn't get a chance to raise my hand and weigh in, but I wanted to express support for that as well. So that's my first one. My second is I went on a ride-along Friday night with the police department. We went call to call nonstop from 7 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. It was really interesting, really insightful to see what's going on in our community and to chat with officers about the things they're seeing in perspective. And they wanted me to share with council and to ask if anybody would be interested in doing a ride along. They'd love to have you in the car with them, and they'd love to see your faces and talk about what they're seeing and hear what you're thinking. And so the open invitation's there. If you want to reach out to Chief Stuberlich, he'll set something up for you. And the last one is we didn't have council last week, so Councilmember Zorns, Councilmember McNeil, and I all toured Fire Station 45. It is a beautiful building. They just got all the drywall up, so we got to walk through it, see what they're doing there. It's on track to open up in August, and we're gonna have a great community asset there when it's all done. And I hope we have a big opening party. So if you are interested in a tour, you can reach out to Chief Kroon or one of the firefighters. They can get you set up with a walkthrough. They're pretty available to do it during the week or on the weekend. So actually, I'll take that back. Not on the weekend, during the week. Later in the day is probably a good time, but reach out to them if you want to see what's going on there. And we learned some really interesting things, had some interesting conversations, and yeah, looking forward to seeing 42 done as well. And with that, I will give it back to the mayor.
The mayor does his best to only speak in council meetings on Tuesdays, and unfortunately, we're past that. All right. It was fun. We'll see you guys in 6 days, and we'll go from there. Thanks, everyone.